Everyone, welcome back to Challenge League here on Tuesday rather than the Monday. Obviously, we can now finally get underway and hopefully see some good Siege tonight.
Fingers crossed, and I think, we're all kind of, we had to make a hard call yesterday, but it was for the players, as we said at the time. We want them to have the best competitive experience because, well, these 2 days, they matter more than anything else. So the race for the top place is still, it's still going.
Yeah, and we can bring up the league standings so you guys can have a look and see really how close it is. I think calling it off is probably the right decision. You look how top end it is. Look, we still have 6 teams there in the running for making it into Pro League. So there's a lot up to grabs, and I think they have made the right call on giving everybody an even playing field. Because obviously, yes, some people didn't have internet issues, but still, people did have internet issues. That's like the main thing you kind of have to look at.
Yeah, so obviously with the standings up now, we can kind of see how it breaks down. And this is something that we obviously discussed yesterday, but hey, for those who are joining us fresh today, it's worth noting that yes, there is kind of these clumps of teams and it's all kind of built together. The only 2 teams that cannot now make it are the 2 that are sat on the bottom of the board, Salamander and Sisu. Unfortunately, everybody else, though the path may not be clean, it may rely on a couple of other teams dropping points. Well, they're still in with a chance at getting one of those top 2 places and, most importantly, a spot in the next season of Pro League.
Yep, so still everything to play for. How about have a look and see the schedule? Again, exact same schedule to what it was yesterday. So still kicking off here with Secret versus Orgless, and then afterwards Penta going up against Salamander. On the other side of things, we still have Crazy and Izzy Dream to see how that kind of goes over. And obviously the Fuse Kids and Sisu will be playing over there in the main channel as well. So a good collection of matches here, Fluke. Secret and Orgless, we've seen a little teaser, Fluke, didn't we? But not a whole lot of action really to touch on.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be probably the big games across the 2 streams. Obviously, as you saw on this schedule, there's a couple of games going on our sister stream on the main channel on Rainbow Six. But Secret versus Orgless. Now, both of these teams, they are potentially guaranteed a spot if they go flawless throughout the rest of their matches in hand. So they're playing each other today to then kind of separate that group. And then both of them are looking at one of those current top 2 standing teams, DK or Izzy Dream, as their follow-up match. They pull the win against them. They put themselves, I believe, at minimum 1 point ahead based on the season, regardless of what happens today. So this is an important matchup for them.
Yep, big matches for everyone. Even you look at Crazy. I think if Crazy don't come out swinging, as we know, they already took a 2-0 round defeat yesterday before obviously games got cancelled, so they still have a lot of work to be done against Izzy Dream, who definitely, I think, look at this stage, I think it'll be very hard to see them slip up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the way we kind of look at what has happened throughout their season, it's been very consistent. Some of these teams have seemed to struggle early doors and then pulled themselves together later. Maybe 2 of the teams that we have currently in the board are 2 of those teams that have had slightly less successful moments and more successful moments. And Izzy Dream have had a consistency that the others just haven't quite been able to find throughout this.
So how about we move on and we will hopefully continue on with the match that we seen last night. Orgless against Secret. We'll bring up both of the screens. We'll show Secret. If you were here last night, you would have seen all this anyway. You should know who they are at this stage, Fluke. You always kind of drift towards the British team, but not anymore. They're not that much British anymore, are they?
No. I mean, but to be honest, they're still the same old boys. They still have that energy that kind of old school UK Secret did, and they obviously moved to the European flag, and it's well lived because so far with the 2 Finns, 2 Brits, and Blaz bringing themselves to the
just Blaz.
Just Blaz. The man is a monster by himself, and it's the thing is. It's a good smorgasbord of what these guys can bring. They've all got their own individual talents, and it's kind of adapted and built upon what the Secret UK ground scene was.
Yeah, and obviously, and on the other end of the spectrum, you have the German side of Orgless. I think they've shown time and time again that they deserve to be in this competition. They have shown us that they can play excellent Siege, but then at the same time, Fluke, they have shown us that they can be weak in some areas of Siege.
Yeah, obviously, Orgless, when we kind of talk about some teams that have had their best showings and their worst showings, now, obviously, the opponents do matter, but last week, statistically, or last Playday, Orgless had their worst showing so far against Crazy, taking a loss and pulling a draw, and Secret had their best showing so far, getting their best slew of points against Sisu. Now, The attack on border was merciless, blinding, and led by Ying, who is probably not going to show her face
Yep.
at all today if August are going to play that game. But again, it was a different secret. It's one that we kind of saw them put together. August, as he said, they had a very great opening to the season. They've been able to pull points from teams like Izzy Dream. They've been able to kind of keep a consistency to them, but this is when it matters most. So as I said, both teams are guaranteed if they can knock it out of the park.
Yep, and how about we bring up the map bans, Fluke? Obviously, we map bans yesterday. Matt, we're playing at Villa anyway, so but we'll just show them in case you did miss it. There's a couple of surprising bans in there, I would say, Fluke, that we weren't really expecting, but either way, we found our way to Villa.
Yeah, it was the kind of breakdown of it. The thing about Villa is it was the only map, as we discussed yesterday, between these two teams where they've both won it once and lost it once. It was the meeting ground between these guys. Neither of them has played on Consulate at all this season. Only one of them has played on Theme Park, which was August against Sisu. Border has been a consistent ban from August, so we're not going there because it's a golden map for Secret. So, Villa was this kind of melting pot of, okay, for them, this is both a win in their eyes, and that's going to make this the tightest map out of our pool.
So, obviously, we seen yesterday, 1-1 is how it went, obviously, before we had the internet issue. So, I think we've seen, some good kind of roam play from Secret. So, I'd imagine that's probably going to carry through. They're going to be very heavy on the whole roaming capabilities. You have Jaeger, Pulse roaming downstairs. I think all eyes are going to be on Prano tonight as well. We've seen him take a 1v2 downstairs in that kitchen area. I think Prano's going to be the man to watch for Orgles tonight.
Yeah, obviously what we got yesterday was a little taster of how this game could play. And obviously the teams, they've been able to kind of, take a bullet and go, okay, well, how can we, what have we learned from this window? Because it's prep time for them. It's all learning. As we said, the importance is there. And that was a big mistake in the hands of Secret. Obviously, Prano was able to just manipulate the play space, took them as 2 1-versus-1 firefights. Feral was up. Not Feral, even.
Oh, we're going way back.
No, it was Fonkers was completely caught out on the role of the Jaeger, and you would expect then the follow up to come from Eunice, but then it just wasn't there on the Pulse, and then it was a second 1-versus-1 fight. So those little mistakes, you're assuming Secret have been able to pull back. At the same time, the first August round, to be fair, we did at the time say it was a very good round because though they couldn't get the diffuser down, they managed to get in and get the site control. A little bit more pace and a little bit more kind of pepper and the ability to slightly condense their crossfires across maybe 90, across, just pull that space a little bit more in their favor. That could have entirely swung that in their favor.
Well, we'll see how things now dive in as we're ready to kind of return to where we were last night. So let's move back into Villa. Again, the score stays the same. The bans stay the same, Fluke. And just to give a reminder for everyone, if you were not here last night, the bans were Thatcher, Maestro, Ying, and Mira. So there's your bans. The Ying, obviously, I think we touched upon last night, Fluke. Orglis, I think they made a very sensible ban in going for that Ying.
Oh, yeah. Like, for what she was able to achieve in the hands of Secret, and every comment on every platform and every social media is talking about Ying and what she can do for a team and the importance of what she can bring, not only in terms of how she can spearhead an attack, but the utility that she can burn through. Secret gave definitely an exceptional masterclass in the first half of that statement when they were playing the previous week on Border. They were beyond relentless in capitalizing upon her newfound abilities, and fair play to them for saying, well, we're not going to roll that dice. We're going to keep Ying locked up. We're going to take you on the game that we're familiar with, take you on the game that we've probably done all of our prep on, because major changes like that do shift all of what a coach has been doing throughout an entire season up to that point, and, well, see if they can keep it as a flatter firefight.
So a bit of a different approach compared to last night, Fluke. We've seen a very heavy kind of roam game coming in from Secret. They were bringing Pulse to try and play downstairs in kitchen. We've seen Funkers roam down in that a very dreaded basement for many players. Now they've decided to bring out a Clash. That is a very different change of pace.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a fair decision for them. They were always going to, obviously, we didn't quite get to see how they were leading into the third round, but based on the second, there was always going to be changes, whether they had the break or not. They're a team that does adapt quite well. They're able to pick up an A plan and then, oh, that hasn't worked, so let's jump to a B, let's jump to a C. And if bringing Clash is, if if they're trying to do that, bringing Clash is the biggest change there. They've gone from 2 deep roamers underneath to hold the line, hold onto the bedroom. They've realized August kind of like to take it as an immediate push. They took Study when they were going against Aviator in games. They take Bedroom and Master and Walk-In when they're going against Trophy instead. You know, it's a kind of, let's just hold them there for a bit.
Echo is on the board, who you would expect to be picked by a lot of defensive teams. Great for not only just the denial that obviously you get with the Yokai Sonic Burst, but just in general, just the information. You know, we've seen teams who want to play aggressive, such as Secret, they would use the Echo drones as a kind of, you know, a forward scout to try and find out where these attackers are coming from, and then they just stun them, and it's a free kill for whoever's roaming. So that is something that I think Secret could pull out. Not at the moment, though, because they're going for that Clash, as we've talked about, another kind of information, that forward scout operator who can move in, collect information without risking herself that much. The only thing she has to worry about is, of course, the Sophia charges, but overall, I think Orgulus there is going to try and play it slow like they did last time they attacked this bomb site. They opened up that wall, tried to create those cross-sections, cover all those different angles with the echoes that they have, and try and pick Secret off one at a time.
Well, they're moving the Clash and rotating around to the situations where she might be able to just stem the tide. And here it comes as they're trying to clear as much barbed wire. As you said, Orgulus, they're a slow and steady team. They're checking every angle and making sure they have all the possibilities of barbed wire. The walls are open and the drones are still hurtling through with the cover, but the first to drop is Blast, taken out by Hive via the Habana holes. They're trying to utilize again the combination of utility to get rid of Clash, and there she goes. Eunice is off the board, and instantly Orgulus have found their opening 2 picks. Creeping around Aviator stairs, you can see Fonkers is looking to try and do a little bit more damage than he could previously manage before, with the smokes covering just a bit of the retreat there from the hands of Leon. Again, Orgulus slower and steadier. They're waiting to try and get themselves reconciled as the Jaeger rotates back down. Has put a bit of a strike to the side and is going to draw some attention. But in the meantime, Meepy is able to take care of Hive, who just kind of drifted a bit carelessly onto site there.
Have pushed themselves in towards that statue, and they could be set up to go for a plant. Meepy has been downed, and also Fonkers is gone. It's just down to Leon, has the smoke in his clutches. He's picked off one, but it's going to be a tough one to try and clutch up, and there it is, Orgulus. They pull that one out, and honestly, Fluke, a bit of a mirror to what we seen last night. They opened up the wall, they looked for their picks, and they got them.
Yeah, I think one of the things that you can kind of saw from them was the consistent bleed of information they were able to pull out of Secret. They kind of took it as a step-by-step process where they were able to get the wall open. Okay, send another drone in. Okay, we know where he is. Take this barbed wire, send another drone in, and then we'll peek together. And that kind of continual balance of information, that continual balance of, I guess, pressure that they're going to be applying is potentially where they're able to pull apart what Secret like do on their defenses. We could obviously see them attempt to collapse from range. We could see them try and take it as 1-versus-1 fights, because usually the guns of Secret can fire on those quite expertly. However, if they keep getting themselves in these situations where they can't pick up the trade, well, that could just lead to a bit more problems slightly further down the line.
Yeah, it's all about the trades. You know, if every single player in your team gets a kill, you win the round. That's what it is. If you can get those trades, you can get those crossfires established, and you keep that man advantage in your capabilities, then there really shouldn't be any issues. Secrets line up. They've switched out that Clash. Back now, Eunice is on that pulse like we seen him do yesterday. This was the bomb site that they did win, the AVG. See how they try and play things out this time around. More than likely, I think Orgulus will be up for the roam hunt. I think they'll be up for the fight. But it just depends what way they want to approach it. Will they only push from Study in towards the main stairs like they did last night? Or will they try and go for a full push across from Statuary and Trophy? There's a couple of options that they do have.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the things, I said it briefly before, but hopefully we'll get a bit of a demonstration here, was Orgulus seemed very comfortable taking the closest room, taking that little pocket of land, setting themselves almost a beachhead, and then droning and pushing from that point onwards. They don't really go for the wider pinches, or at least they weren't going for them previously. They kind of left the master bedroom side, and they left the opposite side of the building. We're just going to take this bit. This is our section, and now we're going to move on to site. And now we've got control. The problem was, it was just a little too late when it came down to the punch, because the bodies of Secret were still able to move and manipulate the space inside the site themselves. They pulled back. They still had 2 C4s in pocket and a pulse, so all the information they could do, that was a little bit tooth and nail, was there in their hands.
If I'm not mistaken, the last time Orgulus attacked this, KS literally crouch walked in the stairs, and that was it. and it looks as if he tried to do the same thing, but has actually been flashed by his own teammate. Still have that deployable shield set up on top of the stairs, as Wamai's being able to deter any Sophia stuns that may come his way, which he has done, but the other one, though, didn't get burned, and now it's destroyed the shield. They have the backup one, though. But obviously, Blaz is playing behind, trying to support Meepy as much as he can. But as it goes, Orgless, they're just looking to use their utility correctly. A C4 being hooked by Eunice. Oh, and it does get the down onto Prano, but it's not a finish off, though.
No, unfortunate. Obviously, you can never really know with the points not being on the board what you are able to achieve with those, but you can see Eunice and Fonkers are desperately trying to come and collapse back towards the site via landing. Maybe the only one to suffer in a sliver of damage so far on the turn of Secret, and they're waiting on the close angle, and there's the swing from Blast to be able to get one and get the drone at the same time. The push comes from KS to get the trade against Meepy on the staircase. They have been able to get the ground that they needed. Unfortunately, it's just a bit of a loss of life. Prano and KS both able to find a body apiece, and here comes the flood of bodies of Orgless as they find one more. It's suddenly much more of a pace underneath their boots than it was previously as Eunice peers around a corner and at least finds one. However, the cover is there. Orgless find themselves 3-1 ahead.
Orgless using their utility, destroying all the things that they needed to get in. They didn't even open a wall fluke. They just walked all down that main corridor, peeked in through that rotational that was made by the smoke, and there you go. They've picked up their kills. They've won the round. It's very strange to see Secret set up. Yes, it's okay, you know, setting up. You can do that rotation in. You can try and hold main stairs as long as you can. More times than not, you will see that main stairs kind of crumble eventually, and then the attackers will have control of it. Once you get pushed out of that area and you have that rotation hole open that literally leads right into the plant spot behind bar, you need to have somebody playing 90. Why is there not a lot of pressure going down in towards that main corridor?
I think one of the kind of questions that they've got to start looking at as well is just what is going on in terms of the rest of the map. They're obviously playing loose and expecting some pressure from the opposite sides, maybe even some from underneath, but there is no direct challenge coming out from the hands of Orgless. Whether it's obviously just fantastic pre-round drone work that's going on, or they're just kind of trusting themselves to be able to take care of what they need to. Either way, in the hands of Secret right now, they could potentially do with having another body slightly closer to the site. Something where they can be a little bit more obstructive, potentially down classical, potentially holding in towards the 90 side as well, and, you know, doubling down on anyone that might try and do the wide swinging that we've seen so consistently from the hands of Orgless. They have reinforced what was previously the rotation, as you can see Leon just doing there on the side by the bar. So they are steadily going, okay, well, this is the weakness. This is where the water's coming through, so this is where we need to patch before it becomes a flood.
Like, I don't mind the kind of hold going in towards red stairs. I don't mind opening that rotation hole in towards the bar. Honestly, Secret should realize that Orgless have no intention of pushing towards the, the bedroom side of things. They're not interested in coming from north side. If they're not coming from that area, that gives you an opportunity to actually open up the vault wall, and that gives you your rotation into 90. That can allow whoever wants to play that position to not only support the people who will get pressured from that main corridor, but also allows you to rotate back in the site if needed to. That's an option they could have went for.
Eunice waiting around the art studio and seeing if he can keep himself alive for as long as possible. Knows again that this is where the push has been coming, and there is a body waiting and covering the run out on the art studio door. However, that's not what the Pulse is trying to achieve right now, as he's going to see if he can do a little bit more with the C4. There's the drone, there's the information. You can see there is more drones hanging around in the corridors. As I said, one of the things that might be, and well, is playing very well into the hands of Orgless is their pre-round drones and the placement there and the information. KS again gliding past the door, but suffers a big chunk of damage there as they're now going to try and take it from both sides and get a slightly wider angle across and against Meepy. There's the burn on a lot of the ADS and a lot of the Wamai charges, but now it's Leon and Meepy to try and hold the staircase, and the wide swing actually drops KS. Funkers playing on site, keeping more aggression there. As we said, it can be a big bolster if they realize that everything's coming from the same doors.
Yeah, 25 HP and you wide swing into bullet fire. Not the smartest decision from KS. He's still alive though, as he has picked himself back up with that. Never mind. And there he goes, flying away. He gets the kill, granted for Blaz, but it's only on a man with 5 HP, but still a kill's a kill, and they'll take that. I've seen the wall get opened up now as those bandit charges were quite expertly thrown by the sledge. There was an age right over the top onto both of them. It can be a tricky one to do, but he's done it nonetheless. But honestly, the real thing they have to worry about now, Fluke, is Eunice from below. He has that pulse scanner, can constantly give out information, and obviously, as we know, can C4 in the late game.
Well, Fonkers, instead of worrying about landing, is worried about the site itself and has instantly found 2 kills. It is now all down to Prano, as we said, a man who was able to pull off some pretty good stuff on the little bit of the play day we had yesterday. Unfortunately, can't quite make it matter right now. 3-2, and well, Secret at least claw some of it back in their favor. Either way, they're looking at a potential 3-3 split leading into their attacks on Villa, which isn't great in most teams' books, but they're a team that has sometimes and kind of often pulled off what is insurmountable and impossible odds into their favor.
For Orglis, I'm sure they would be happy. They've got 3 rounds on attack. That's what you're always looking for on Villa, a defender-sided map at the end of the day. You know, you look at the bans, you're losing your Thatcher, which is always going to be a hindrance. We've seen a lot of Thatcher bans come through this season. I think teams have really realized that he's one of the kind of only operators who can get rid of, you know, the bandit charges and the kites through reinforced walls. Obviously, yes, we know Kali exists, Fluke, but nobody wants to play Kali because the gun's awful.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
Yeah, I think that's kind of. I remember when, well, like any new operator, when they get announced, there's the nightmares of this is going to change everything. This is rubbish. This is worrisome, and then it comes to it, and it's like, I don't think I have ever casted Kali at all. I've never seen her. She's, you know, whereas it's one of those things, and it's, yeah.
Eunice did play her quite a bit on their Playday, which I believe it was whenever they were up against Salamander. He was playing the Kali back then. It kind of worked, but didn't really work at the same time. It was kind of a bit of a throwaway operator. I don't think it brought the impact that was kind of needed to. Like, the whole thing about, you know, Kali, yes, the gadget's nice because it can get rid of equipment such as shields.
Oh, yeah, entirely.
You know, Maestro cameras, whatever it is, get rid of the bandits from the other side of the wall. But, you know, everybody was kind of riding the hype train. Oh, it's a sniper rifle. It can one-shot down you, and then you can finish them off easy. You're playing a sniper rifle in a game which is very tight CQB aspect, with a lot of tight battles in corridors and small rooms. That, like, if you miss one shot, you're dead. And that's a risk. It's a risk.
It's tough to swing a sniper rifle in close quarters, apart from that one season where Glaz was entry.
Yep.
Which is what we all remember. Fonka's able to get the early strike there, but there is the cover.
Excellent.
Prano saves the life of KS, who's down on the floor and doesn't have to use the withstand to get back up.
It's another down. He's always getting down, but again, Prano, that's what I love to see, is that refrag potential. Oh, that was filthy from Meepy. Prano take a back seat. He's been stopped in the meantime. And Meepy's still in the roam game with that Ella.
Well, Eunice is trying to hold on as Blaz is actually playing towards Trophy, waiting for anyone that might potentially loop underneath. You can see the rotation there from Meepy trying to find their way back to site, but technically no one is currently in the boundaries of the site itself, I say, as Eunice swings around, spins, and starts trying to see if they can pick up anyone that might be playing towards, well, exactly where they're pushing. Blast, in the meantime, pulls the body back and puts KS in the ground, finds the balance and makes it 3 apiece now. There's a bit of a spread in terms of where the Secret players are playing, but so far it's working out quite well for them.
Good information being gathered by Eunice. There's one inside of Laundry, and well, Blaz got a little bit carried away there. Tried to take that frag, and then Eunice also peeks him and loses it as well. Now maybe stuck in a 1 versus 3. It shouldn't be long before they find out where he is, and the pinch should happen. And there we go. Hype moves in with that GA1 and puts Meepy to rest. A 4-2 split for Orglis. A massive lead going into their defensive half now.
Yeah, that was really well pulled back there from Orglis, but you kind of have a couple of questions about why Secret decided to obviously throw, again, this situation where they're putting 1 versus 1 versus 1. Obviously, we don't know how the calls kind of played out or why they decided to push one than the other, but if they'd have at least gone for the trade in that situation, well, then they'd still have a body, they'd still have even man count, and, well, they would have been able to just kind of cover that corner and allow themselves a bit of a back in this site. They've got a lot of work to do on their attack right now, and they've got to bring some semblance of kind of trades and unity that so far they haven't quite been able to show to their usual strength.
Operator lineups looking a little bit different here or there. seeing the Gridlock be brought in. Didn't see that from Orgless. And to be fair, a little bit surprising from Secret, they're not bringing Sophia. Sophia is what, the most picked attacker currently, I believe, inside of Sage. So not seeing her on Secret's lineup is very surprising. You know, Sophia, an amazing gun. You have the 2-2, obviously speed and armor, you know, the great combination that you love to have. The gadget, do so many things, can help with room clear out, can burn ADSs, obviously the impact can destroy things such as castles, Maestros, the Goyo shields, any deployable shields. A lot of utility you can get from Sophia, and also being able to frag out your skull with a gun. So it's strange not seeing that being brought, where kind of every other team has always picked that as one of their mainstays. Instead, a Gridlock choice. It's weird seeing Gridlock whenever Nomad is on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of fair. To be fair, though, when we've seen Gridlock kind of play to a very strong level, it's by a lot of the UK teams. Obviously, the work that's done by Navi and amongst all of that kind of strategizing, and we've seen some insane plays by certain... Yeah, exactly. You know, it became a bit, not a mainstay, but a consistent figure in a lot of games and a lot of rosters in terms of the UK Prem scene, in terms of kind of how they like to butt heads against each other. And I guess it's just one of those things where they enjoy the gun, they enjoy the element, they enjoy what they can kind of bring with it, and hey, let's see if they can make it work.
So Leon, how can he lead the charge? He usually is the main man to really just send Secret into that, you know, that Astralis field of where they just destroy everything, but no way. Now, in the course of Challenge League, that is the first time I've seen Leon have a really bad whiff. Not good from Leon.
No, not great from Eunice on the other side either. Meepy's at least able to pull back one against KS, and you can see the spread here from Orgless. For what was a very pointed attack, they've gone for a pretty wide hold. Height dropped through the Maverick hole now, and well, Blast is just going to try and keep cover on the door. They also have a body all the way up on Classical 90 as well, so they're waiting for the rotate here as Funkers is just kind of sitting and hoping that somebody swings against them, popping bullets towards Gunvolt as Meepy drones it and makes sure that they free, and in a second is about to try and probably put the diffuser down behind bar. Finally ends the reign of a man who was spilling a lot of blood, and well, with all the bodies still pushed out on the other side of the site here, they've got a minute to finish half of a job.
Still have those Echo drones available, and one of the main things that Secret have to worry about is that they don't have the IQ on board. Eunice got finished off. They cannot find where these yokais will be situated, and in the late game, whenever you're pressured for time, Secret have made very little headway into the bomb site as it stands. And whenever you have to kind of add into the whole Echo drone slowing you down, it's going to be really tough for Secret to pull this one back. They need to start looking for picks, and one of the picks they need to try and get is onto that Echo.
Holding the kind of split point of the site as all the pressure starts to come against the landing side. Going for the wide swing here and manages to win the firefight. Expo takes care of Blast, and the spray just comes through, but nobody is caught. Now in a situation where they at least have some of the site under their hands, but the Echo drone is popping off and a shotgun is just going to charge through the smoke. One man left, hit by a Shefty. But the knife from Expo makes quick work of that.
And there it is, the Echo, giving that information, stunning out the Gridlock. And it was a very easy collapse from Orgless. Expo, nerves of steel to go for that wide swing, because that's a tough one to go for. And boy, he made work of that. 5-2 Orgless. Just steaming away at this stage. Look, just steaming away.
Yeah, they seem so comfortable with it as well. They're, as he said, I mean, charging in with a shotgun and a knife, there's kind of smokes all over the place and a lot of charges going off, but they're not pressured. They're able to take the firefights, as we said. They've split the entire top floor. They had half of themselves on AVG, half of themselves on the site itself. They threw everything that they could to be able to take care of the two entries on Eunice and Leon, and then from that point onwards, you know, their work is done. Then it's just a bit of a problem for Secret to be able to pull themselves back into this, and I'm curious if we're going to kind of see the swap of this, the antithesis, whether we're going to see them hold out a little bit towards Trophy this time around, and whether we see Secret go for a study take or go for a kind of master bedroom take.
Moving over to that AVG. looks as if Orgless are up for the roam game towards Trophy Statuary. We see this now and again. It's not often we would see a nice, strong roam game coming over towards this side of the map. I like the pickup of the mute to assist you, obviously, with the whole drone denial. It gives you a bit more time. Kind of, I would say, scares away the attacking side, because if you're an attacker, you don't want to push into the unknown. You want to know exactly where you're headed and what you're going to be up against.
Doubling down with the gridlock pick as well. They're kind of confident that it's something that can lead them through. They have the smokes in pocket. They have the flashes to try and burn through any of the ADSs that they come towards as well. And I think that could be one of the reasons that they wanted to kind of bring that. Is it's a nice combination of utility to smoke down, to throw, kind of get gridlock tracks and just limit the amount of movement and the amount of visibility, which seems to be, as we saw from a glimpse of the push there, Away Secret likes to push. Away Secret likes to take control of spaces, whether it's the site, whether it's a bit connected to otherwise.
That pulse going to be great for the information to find out how many people will be looking to attempt to push towards that trophy statuary. Leon by himself down in towards the balcony. Eunice is below him, but still, I think they're too separated at this stage. But Eunice just thinks, you know what? I'm going to take the peak and I'm going to win the gunfight, and he does just that. So now they have main stairs control. Leon has doubled up with them. This is a great staging ground from Secret, and they still have that pressure that can be applied from that north side from Blaz.
I think it's one of those moments again where it kind of harks back to how Secret have been playing this before. It's a bit aggressive and a bit reckless. We saw Eunice go for these swings before, and so far, unfortunately, he's not been able to win them as consistently as he was able to there. You know, it's the situation, yes, he's got them now, but he has that reliance on that kind of aggression, that kind of playstyle, been why they've been on the back foot throughout this game. Obviously, good work from the Bandit to be able to catch what Fonks is trying to achieve there, and there's the aggression still rolling. Eunice and Blaz able to take one apiece, and now they've found their way through towards games. They're behind the bar, they're dug in, the pulse is underneath, as you said, a big problem, a big information gatherer, and they've got to try and get through those track stingers too.
Attackers
1v5 KS, he'll get a kill onto Blaz, but 4 more to find. And all these crossfires are going to be established by Secret. As soon as he walks through the door, he should get annihilated. He moves in, and there it is, that one being won by Meepy. Team Secret, they do respond with their first attacking win, but still fluke. I think they were very fortunate to get away with that round. You know, you look at the kind of setup from Orgless, it was very thinly spread. They were moving around the entirety of that top floor, and in those kind of setups from Orgless, they have to realize if one person loses their gunfight and they lose that part of the map that they're trying to hold, everything just kind of crumbles from there.
Well, I think that's the kind of what we saw before was the first offensive round. It was a strategy that worked very well on Trophy because they won the first 2 gunfights. Yes, they then lost those 2 bodies afterwards, but that's a trade of 3-3. They're evenly spread. There we saw Eunice win that first gunfight, pushed on, got the second win as well. And obviously if that first firefight had gone the other way and they hadn't been able to do that, then you know, that's the balance that Orgless are living in. And so far they've been lucky that Secret, a team that are often so good at that start, at clicking heads, at just pushing and applying aggression and winning those gunfights, haven't quite been able to hit the mark today so far, but maybe that previous round is just a sign of, well, they're just getting warmed up.
So, Secret, you won the last round. Let's see if you can keep that energy flowing, or will Orgless be able to stop you and try and take that match point? Orgless setting up looks similar. They've dropped the pulse this time around. They're still extending over towards that north side. I don't know if that's the right call, because you've seen Secret, as soon as they get that one gunfight and they win that first opening kill, they just kind of take control of the round and they just kind of push forward. So honestly, for Orgless, I feel as if they should be stacked up a little bit more and try and play for the refrags.
Yeah, I mean, it's the curious decision here, and I guess it's the balance that everyone is trying to work out in this game. From what was a fairly tight, put-together attack from Orgless, they've kind of separated that bit. And yes, it's a, you know, attack and defense, night and day. It's a big play space. You've got to play against your opponents and all the research and prep you've done on them, but at the same time, it's a learning game. You've got to realize when things are going wrong. Raven might not know that that's being cracked open as a bit potentially late to the punch here. Doesn't catch it, loses the charge, and is now in a bit of a tight situation. There is somebody underneath in Mudroom waiting potentially to run out, which they are seemingly aware of. Habana is just holding the angle and making sure that nobody is able to pop out and take control that way. But with the body of Eunice working away underneath. Hopefully they can get some clarity, get the punch hole. There's the spot, there's the frag. And there is yet again the opener for Eunice.
Excellent from Secret. Their drone work working out well. They played their Jaeger downstairs to try and support their man on the main stairs, which is KS. He's still standing his ground. He's still trying to waste as much time and look for those kills. Anything that he can get for his team, he's trying to do that. Funkers, I'm guessing he's probably going to rotate up in towards that 90 window. Leon walks upstairs, takes that one kill, and also gets the second. Hive has managed to find a kill in the midst of it. Now it's still a 2 versus 4, and Orglis, they're on the back seat of things.
Yeah, again, this is a Secret they are fiery. They're winning their firefights, winning their 1 versus 1s. As you said before, it's a rare Leon Gids miss that we saw previously, and, well, it doesn't seem like he wants to repeat that mistake. Expo is closing in around the back of 90, potentially going to try and catch someone who might be unaware. They have dropped off the window and let that control fall as they're going to double down entirely towards the site itself. Draven popping as many of those pellets off as possible before just pulling back slightly as Blast looks to rotate in. The 2 bodies of Eunice and Leon charge up the side. Leon's the one that gets the first, and Funkers finds the second. 5-4. And the response has been pretty exceptional from Secret.
Again, for Orglis, you lose those first opening picks because you're spread out. You don't have those refrags set up ready to go. Things just don't work. You know, they showed how well they could do it on the attack. You know, as soon as somebody got down, as soon as someone got killed, Orglis were there with the response. Where is that Orglis on the defense? Why aren't we seeing, you know, the same playstyle? We've seen teams struggle a lot more in the attack to the refrags than we do in defense, but this time it's the other way around for Orglis.
Yeah, it's a bit peculiar. I think, obviously, whenever you see an attacker-sided Villa as well, you're thinking, okay, well, where is this kind of coming together? And you said it's completely in those trades. It was the mistakes that we saw Secret kind of making, where they were a bit spread out, they were kind of bit lifeless when someone would drop, and they weren't able to quite get the snappy trades. At the same time, the attack during that period was instant. It was instant trades, instant cover. We saw obviously Prano able to double down over the body of KS, who was almost happened twice over 2 rounds as well. And here we're seeing a similar thing from Secret, the kind of holding hands duality of them charging up main stairs to get one and then get the second instantly, and just push and blow for blow and have each gun able to fire over the shoulder of each other. It's just both these teams, they're bringing it on their attacks.
5 seconds left before insertion.
So, back over now towards that trophy statuary once again for Orglis. I would say they're not going to change much up. Again, reinforcing in towards that AVG. They're very heavy on these off-site holds as well, aren't they, Fluke? They're kind of taking as much as they can away from the main site and kind of reinforcing it in towards the place that isn't actually the bomb site. I think, we've seen this a couple of times in different maps. We've seen it on Border plenty of times with teams extending in security or teams extending into office. A little bit rare in Villa because it's just that tad bit bigger.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. I'm curious to see what changes come from Secret, and so far it seems like, well, let's just ignore AVG side. And unfortunately, it doesn't open well as Draven is able to take care of Leon using the big
that was
gun.
window. That was on the Astro window.
Making sure, wow, that's a big loss as well, because that's a big kind of corner hold on this site. They're going to have to rotate someone around to get control of that window instead now, and obviously you lose your entry, you lose your Ash, but you lose someone who's been able to find a lot of kills over the past couple rounds. Hopefully they can just get a bit of momentum back in their favor.
Secret, all of them, in towards that bedroom side of things, so it will be quite similar to what Orglis did. They will put everyone in the one area and just try and pressure the wall into the 2 doorways in towards that Astro from the bathroom. Not any real C4, potentially. Yes, there is one from Hive, but him rotating below to try and get a lucky C4, I would say, unless he try and swap that with the Echo drones that are still available, but I don't think the Echo drones will be lasting very long, because this time around for this bomb site, Fluke, the IQ is alive, so they do have that option for eliminating that threat.
Either way, it's the slowest we've seen Secret be so far. They're weighing everything up, and, well, they've got no other choice. Being a man down, there's the head of an Echo, who I think is a bit lucky to survive, as Eunice again, a couple of whiffed shots and a couple of mistakes. Funkers takes a pretty big chunk of damage, but is able to at least stay standing, as he's the only one leading a firefight on the opposite side. Maverick tries to burn through. There's a bit of a dangerous dancing game Hive is playing, and KS is able to take care of Blaz through and through, and there's the Maverick gone. So the hard destruction of Funkers is all they have left to make his way around.
Funkers did get the refrag onto KS, but still he's by himself, so nobody is there to back him up. The other two players are essentially stuck in bedroom. They can't really rotate anywhere. It'll take too long. These doorways, as we know, are massive bottlenecks. They still have that Echo lurking inside of the trophy room. Prado did try and go for a roam up through the red stairs, but Funkers shut him down from that end. But everyone else from Secret has fallen just down to Funkers. Has to take out Hive. So that's going to be the first one up, in towards that statue. Will he win this gunfight? Yes, he will now, into a 1 versus 2. Funkers has to go big or go home. This will be for the ace clutch if he gets it.
15 seconds to go.
Opening up the wall in towards the Astra. Strange maneuver, which is in anyway. 10 seconds to go. Not ready for the man around the corner. Expos there with the SMG-11. And Orgless push it to match point.
Well, Orgless have guaranteed themselves at least a point, but as we discussed yesterday, if these two games end in draws, I believe that is both of these teams potentially out of the running. It means Penta can kind of hopscotch their way above both of them, and then arguably have the easier game in hand, as well, Secret and Orgless, whatever happens today, they're looking at those current top 2 names as their final game on Friday. This is all down to Secret to at least try and stem the flow and potentially take 4 points to separate the herd slightly and maybe be able to do a little bit. But, however, everything else now for them rests upon their team that they need to hopscotch, suffering and stumbling today. Izzy Dream need to make a mistake at this point for Secret to be able to find themselves in the top 2.
Attackers need to locate.
Yep, Izzy Dream looking very strong at the moment, but I think, look, Izzy Dream, we were always expecting them to do well. Typically, the teams who kind of tear through the qualifiers are the teams we see in Pro League the next season after.
Yeah, it's the kind of charge. And it's almost like there's a freshness about the play as well, a freshness about the style. Obviously, Secret, one of those teams, and you know, you look at Na'Vi, you look at kind of how they kind of charge through as well. There was a bit of an expectation with Crazy to do a similar thing after they'd done quite a few bits across a variety of different qualifiers, but unfortunately they didn't have the best time through qualifiers. They even ended up having to miss a week and had a couple of player changes, or a player change in fact. And you know, at the same time, Izzy Dream, they've played in the national leagues, they've done very, very well there. They've in that time were able to take it to X-Penta. They're still Penta, but it's a very different Penta. They're able to take it to a lot of the kind of national sides, and here they are, as he says, when your team's on a roll, it's hard to stop them when you're still learning.
And obviously, I think generally for most teams who come into CL, they know it's always going to be a battle. You're going up against obviously great teams who come out of qualifiers, but also teams who are in Pro League. You know, I think CC was a bit of a... You know, we've talked about CC before. They don't scrim. They don't really do any of that. Pent, on the other hand, we know very strong team, a brand new lineup, essentially, from what we've seen in the Pro League days. And to be fair, talking about Penta, they have a great opportunity here tonight to really get them up in towards those leaderboards, because arguably, look, they have the 2 easiest fixtures now for them in their last 2 weeks.
Well, that's it. They're looking at a fairly easy setup, but that in no way means they're easy games, because obviously Salamander were the team that were able to pull more draws than pretty much anyone throughout this against some of the biggest teams and the top teams. Their only draws were suffered at the hands of Salamander, and, well, 1 draw in the hands of Penta could be the dream breaker, the same way it is for these 2 teams in this match right now. Kaid able to stem the roll. That's the big problem when you're using that Habana, is that those pallets are slow, and Kaid that's worth a bit of salt, or a bandit especially, is able to hear the beginning and then still get it off, though. Although Kaid is actually very, very tight.
Nice angle being held by the Habana, but another whiff. I think both teams struggling with landing their shots today, because you would have thought, oh, that should be an easy one. I do like this setup, trying to bait in somebody to peek in towards the vault. Just looking for the Echo. He knows he's in there. Oh! But there's the peekaboo, and Blaz falls. Another shot. No, another miss this time around. And the down even gets missed. Look what's happening today.
It's just those little moments and mistakes where...
The jitters.
Exactly. Everyone knows the weight of this game, and unfortunately it's translating through their shoulder, their wrist, and onto their mouse hand.
He's still alive. He's still trying to crawl his way. But at the moment, Leon Gibbs has fallen. Eunice in very low HP. Funkers and Meepy have to try and muster up the courage to battle back. Even the revives came in, and somehow Orgless have got away with the great escape. And 30 seconds to go. Secret, they are in disarray. They look as if they are ready to fall. All it needs is Orglish to push them over the edge. Another one goes down. Now into a 2v5. Meatby inside the bomb site gets shredded as well, and Eunice follows in and meets the same fate. Orglis 7-4. They take the first map. Villa in the hands of the Germans.
Well, for Orglis, they are riding high, and kind of deservedly so. Obviously, it looked a little bit sloppy at some of the times on those defenses, but able to pull themselves back together and find the semblance of what was some exceptional attack synergy. They're able to pull the 3 points from this first map. They are eyes locked to the second. If they can get that, they have guaranteed themselves at least still a decent fight, but at the same time, Secret, well, it's not a great moment for them right now. It's not over, but they cannot now do it off their own backs. They've got to hope that something is pulled out against Dizzy Dream or DK.
Yeah, and on the other end of your Orglis, you're so happy. You're ecstatic right now, and there's still another map to come, as we know. But look, you look at Villa as a whole. Secret on the defenses. What went wrong? What happened to them?
It's just kind of, as we said, it was a lack of trades. Yes, everybody seems to be suffering from actually clicking things on target right now. Again, there is such a huge amount of pressure on that first map, especially. Everything was kind of cooked to a boil yesterday. It's tough to bring themselves back around again today, but at the same time, you've got to take a breath. You've got to find that mental game, and you've got to be able to at least try and pull something back here.
We'll see how things go as we're ready to go to a quick break, and then after we'll be back with the second map of Secret vs. Orglis. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back after that short break. If you happen to miss it for whatever reason, somehow, well, August were able to take the first map in what was a pretty solid display. But Secret had a couple of rounds where they looked like, well, what you expected them to look like the entire game. A couple of team talk conversations, I'm assuming, have gone on, but for now, let's get back into this. I am joined, obviously, once again, by the very wonderful Demo. Are you that side? I don't know what side you are. Are you that side?
I'm not sure
It's
either.
that side.
Okay, okay, I'm that side. Okay. It's confusing times.
It is confusing times.
It's all online now. It's just, it's we deal with it. We just we shrug it off. But yeah, first map going in favor of Orgless. Second map coming up very, very soon. It'll be interesting to see how Secret kind of bounce back. What's their mentality? Is one thing Flook, I'm always big on is the mentality. I've said 60% is how you play the game, 40% is what your mental state is like in the game. So I always think that after taking a loss, knowing Secret, they'll probably be kicking themselves about that. There's plenty of opportunities for them, especially the 4-2 kind of defeat on their defensive half. They're going to be angry about that, but now let's see how they can kind of cool themselves, recollect themselves, and try and push forward and at least get something from this game.
And one of the things about talking about mental game, and one of the things we kind of noticed throughout that was a lot of these good players were consistently, unfortunately, whiffing some shots that would otherwise be completely locked in the bank for them. And obviously that can, well, maybe be attributed to a few things, but one of those is definitely the pressure from today as a play day. The way it kind of stands at this moment, obviously, as we said before, if August win this, well, they're just looking at 2 more wins under their belt to guarantee themselves a route through, all off the back of their own hard work. Unfortunately for Secret, there's still a chance that they can find themselves in the top 2, but it's going to take more than just them winning every single game ahead of them. They've also got to trust that some other teams drop theirs as well.
And we'll have a look and see how the map video kind of goes in. More than likely, Fluke, I could see something like, I don't know, maybe a club could be an option. That might be something on the cards. They could definitely see both teams wanting to play that.
The worry for club, and we can kind of look at the stats across the season. August have played it 3 times, won it twice, but had the pretty big loss against Crazy on it. Secret have played it twice. They've drawn it once and lost it once. It hasn't been a great map for them this season. Now, we're pretty much guaranteed to not be going to Border. It's the strongest map in the hands of Secret, and August have banned it. Oh, every single time August have banned it. At the same time, Console has been banned consistently between the both. There's a part of me that would like to see a theme park, personally, if it's not a clubhouse. I think it could be one of the ones that, although Secret have banned it a lot, it's usually their last ban. It's one of their decider bans, and August have only banned it twice throughout the entire season. I think it would be an interesting one to see, but as you said, the wanting to rely on old ground is probably what's going to swing it towards something like Clubhouse.
I like the theme park because theme park, I think it's a map which can have a lot of potential. I haven't been able to cast one yet. I see it very similar to kind of how Clubhouse plays out these days. You look at Clubhouse, you need to try and keep as many people as you can alive to go in for that final push. If you lose somebody right off the rip to a spawn peak, or someone dies, in a stupid way, a C4 free hatch, whatever it is, then it kind of just messes up the entire kind of play style. And I think that's very similar to theme park. If you lose somebody very essential, such as a Thatcher, a Thermite, Habana, a Maverick, things tend to go in favor of the defense. And I think for theme park, it's that you can see that a lot if you look towards that throne room side. If you lose somebody like those operators, you have to go, far and beyond to try and really push in and take that round.
Well, the map we are going to is Club. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you who banned what, unfortunately, because I don't have the information currently, but it was the Clubhouse is where we're going to end up going. And I think it kind of works towards what we were both saying there, where out of all the options, I still don't think it's been a great map, obviously, for Secret this season statistically. If they're playing with the current mindset that they just had before, I don't think it's going to work for them today. But, and this is a big but, there were a couple of rounds where Secret looked like what we expected them to. They were leading aggressively. They were able to get those shots off and get their entries and push through August, who during those moments seemed completely lost as to how to stop them. They can replicate that consistently. They might find their first result on Clubhouse.
Clubhouse looks as if that Secret, they're going to be on the defense this time around. So I think Secret being on the defense, it's going to give them a nice setup to really do well. I think Clubhouse defense a little bit more easier to manage than what Villa one is, mostly because I think teams have played Clubhouse a lot more than what Villa is. You know, Clubhouse for the past 2 years nearly flew. Clubhouse has been one of the most picked maps that we have inside of the map.
Yeah. Clubhouse is eternal. Clubhouse will never die. Clubhouse had a little bit of cosmetic surgery, and they're looking ever so good for it. And you know, it's one of those maps where it has had a bit of creativity over the past 6 months, 7 months, but it's now at that point where you can't really call the tall defenses on basement new. They're known now. Everybody's running them from T1 to T4. So, well, let's see if...
Seen a couple of ranked games as well where the old SSG strat's been pulled out. So
yeah, as soon as you see it in ranked, it's like, okay.
Yeah, wouldn't stick at the tiers, but yeah, everybody's been running that strategy. So yeah, nothing new. I think Clubhouse, to find something that's really unique and something absolutely crazy that we've never seen before, it's a bit of a long stretch. I think most things will just play out as per usual, a very slow, methodical map that attackers have to take a lot of time with. If you lose an attacker right off the rip, you know, you're in for the long haul for that round. Oh, a double hard breach, man.
Well, I guess, I mean, August led the second on that. They were comfortable to play without the second hard destruction, and you think Secret would probably be rehearsed in this as well. They're both teams that I'm assuming prep for this. It's not the most unfamiliar map. If there was a map where 2 hard destructions are banned, this is the map.
Just limits the Habana. So this obviously means that now Habana has to be 100% picked. And also Thatcher needs to be 100% picked because Kai's a thing. So Kai tricking is probably going to come into play. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of that actually work here or there. So definitely the Thatcher players have to be on top of their game. This is a kind of a similar thing to what we just talked about. Whenever you look at the bans and you're now reliant on certain operators, for example, Thatcher, we discussed it in the last game, he is kind of the only operator who can do what he does. He's the only person who can really stop the Kaya tricks. Yes, you may say, oh, but Kali's can do that. Most of the Kaya charges go not directly on the hatch. They go on like a wall or you know, on the rooftop of whatever it is. So whenever Kali hits the reinforcement, it doesn't get the Kaya charge. So again, that's where Thatcher, I think, is always going to be a mainstay.
Fonkers baiting out the pulse and, well, settling on the Maestro after popping back in towards it is, again, opting for 2 different styles of play. Now, when you look at this basement, that is kind of saying, I'm going to be on the top floor, ha ha ha, or I'm going to be C4ing in kitchen, it's not safe, ha ha ha. And now they've kind of gone, well, those are now tepid waters, tepid grounds. They're going to be a bit slower, theoretically, on the approach via kitchen. They're maybe going to try and drone upstairs as well, see if they can spot a pulse potentially playing above, feeding the information, but it's mainly just to stem the instantaneous maneuver into kitchen to start trying to get that hatch open and that side open. Especially, as you said, Habana pellets are the most precious resource in the world right now. Keeping those kind of safe and making sure that they aren't wasted, whether caught out by a pulse from underneath, whether caught out by Empetric, whether caught out by a Kaid throughout the game, that's how it's going to be. That's the measure of this game's stretch today.
So obviously with the double hard breach ban, this limits the attackers and what they can actually open up and push. Generally, it's every hatch is going to get opened, and then that's really it for the attackers. Sometimes we see Habana open up kitchen, then use 2 of the Habana holes on the dirt, maybe 1 to make a crawl hole, because it's tougher, you never really get peeked from dirt at any moment. Look at Orglis. They're just rushing in. They're walking down the stairs, and Eunice is somehow find a C4 in the midst of that. I think that was just him ripping it and got one. I don't know if there's a Valkyrie camera upstairs with them or just a hunch. Who knows? Oh, a ping goes in and, well, Maestro gets caught out. Funkers is lucky to get away. Oh, I spoke too soon. Pranos finished him off.
It's one of those you say it and it happens kind of plays, and there's the trade-off there. A big gun, obviously a nice bit of utility to take off the board for the hands of August, but they're also obviously missing their IQ right now. So those Valkyrie cameras are going to potentially become a much bigger problem as time goes on. Here is the attempted charge through kitchen. Obviously they're still a bit concerned as to what may be going on around them, but, well, I think at this point they're happy to try and take the firefights.
Oh.
Leon catches one with a Pokeball, and at the same time, C4 pops off as well, and Expo's at least able to clear his way up dirt.
Caught a Hive. What does Hive evolve into? Does Hive evolve into Aces? Is that like the stage of evolution?
I think everybody wants to evolve into Aces in this game. Let's be real.
One trying to push in through dirt, so they did open up that dirt with that single panel, it looks like, and, well, him going by himself doesn't really support him that well, but then again, you can still see something happen. Expo, he's still down, but, you know, nobody's going to be in a position. Prano, nowhere near him, main stairs, gets picked off by Eunice, and there's the double kill. I believe that is that the third for him this round? I believe so.
Yes, I'm trying
he
to.
got the C4 kill and he got the M2 kills. Yeah.
Yeah, playing it back. Yeah,
he got one with a C4, and Leon obviously got one with
three explosive kills.
Yeah, a lot of C4s.
And I guess, hey, that was one of the playstyles that we said was potentially being baited for the pulse. But who needs pulse when you can just throw it anyway, smash it through the floor as soon as they flood into there. You know that they're generally going to be playing that, and I guess maybe that's something that they've done their research here on August. It's something we said August did previously. They were quite tight in their initial push. They're happy to take control of one room and then go from there. Yep. And well, that's what can happen if you're not quite prepared for that, and they are prepared for your attack.
They're a very minimalistic team. You know, they'll only take what they need, that they see fit to succeed in. You know, if there's roam games, it's very rare you would see Orgless really take the fight to it. You know, in Villa, we've seen Secret extend over towards, you know, the Trophy Statuary side, and nobody from Orgless was really interested in that. And I think that's something that's going to be kind of following Orgless around, is you'll see them only take specific areas. So now we move in towards that cache room and that CCTV side of things. That Maestro, always going to be 100% picked if he is available through the ban phase on this particular bomb site. You know, he's so strong, he can sit up there on top of the rafters, can support himself with the Maestro cameras to destroy drones that try and enter in. And not only that, just the gun in top rafters, it's so tough to deal with.
Yeah, and obviously the kind of operator that you stick there, they've all got their own play styles and methods of holding it, but often they're as successful as each other. Maestro, I know you're keen on having in those top rafters. At the same time, you can throw a dock up there, which is...
An Echo if he's available.
Yep, it's, you know, everyone's got their own way. They become a bit of a selfish operator.
Essentially, any operator that is a heavy and has some kind of information.
Yeah,
because each of them have some kind of form of information.
Information or a doc that just goes, all of these needles are for me. I have all the health in the world. Come and kill me.
He hears a grenade pin below him, and he's like, oh, time to sim.
Oh, time to go.
We've seen a lot, though. Recently, in the past, 4 or 5 months, we have seen a lot of docs stim themselves up and just eat a grenade for dinner.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing about it as well, because, as I said, they're a very selfish... It's a selfish position, but it works. Because you go, right, this is me, I'm going to dig in here, and I'm going to take it. Meepy, white swinging, tests a key against Prano as Blaz finds a rifle upstairs. This is a secret that has came with their guns ablazing.
Swinging right now, Meepy and Blaz. Speed running. Welcome everyone. This is the Rainbow Six Siege speed run in Clubhouse. Quickest run of Clubhouse I've seen in a long time, Fluke.
Trust medics in amongst all of that. It's worth pointing out as well, obviously, the wonderful medics who is caught absolutely everything, and then also the testing of the crouch key, which is to him that's probably the yes.
Yeah, could have switched to Blaz to see the the free keys. No, let's stick on Meepy to see the crouch key. Let's do that.
But then he also got 2 of Blaz's kills. It just shows the man knows what he wants and knows what needs to be shown and knows when it's going to happen.
That was a GN for me. Like, that was such a GN.
Yeah.
How does Prano lose that?
Yeah, being wide swung on there by the MPX. Not great. Gym bedroom we head to next. 2 for 2. Secret. Again, this is one of the things I said before the map. This is the kind of fire that they were able to pull from for a couple of the rounds previously. This is them, hopefully, in the hands of the Secret Camp, bringing this on a more steady basis, because that, as a 2 for 2, as an opener, is a fantastic way to set their tone and set their intentions for the rest of this game.
Secret setting up an extension towards that cache room side of things, and also reinforcing that CCTV. There's a couple of options you can have for gym and bedroom. Most teams will extend, yes, over towards that cache side. Sometimes we see what Secret are doing right now is a kind of reinforcement of the exterior walls as well, but more than likely we see a lot more teams just reinforce all of those 3 walls towards that staircase, and that just kind of locks you in. It's very tough, I think, for a lot of attackers to kind of deal with that. Whenever bandits and Kides are still on the board, they can Kide trick, they can bandit trick. Obviously now with the bans coming in, with Maverick and Thermite not being on the board, it really limits you as a team what you can push. So more than likely from Orglis, they'll only be coming from Jacuzzi side, because realistically, if they're using their Habana pellets towards that Jacuzzi wall, they're not going to have enough to really open up towards that cash side of things.
Yeah, as we said, that is the currency that is more precious than anything right now in this game, and, well, it really limits how you can approach any of this, because if they do a bit of a wider hold across the kind of cash side of the CCTV side, as you said, it's such a resource for them to go, well, we still have to have an entrance here. And, well, if this happens, the impact pops off, they might not be able to get the full clear movement. They do, but now they've obviously got the other wall. They've got to look towards the kind of shower room and whether they need to approach anything there.
Leon just gives the Maestro camera away. Decided to zap the drone whenever the breach is open and someone's staring right at the camera. So they've lost that bit of information. This is quite quick from Orglis. Again, minute gone. They've opened up their main breach with very little effort. You know, they just opened it up. As you know, Bandit was nowhere to be found, and Hive gets peeked from I don't know where. Oh, just Eunice inside of construction peeks up onto the rooftop and lands some shots. Prano has entered in towards that main corridor, trying to burn up anything he can, and that Maestro camera stands strong simply because there is Wamai in the roster.
Well, the health of the Orglis players is dwindling, and they've had to retreat back out. They can't find the clean entrance, and I think they're a bit concerned as to how they can kind of approach this, because with Hyph and Prano on flickers of health apiece and a minute on the board, whatever they do now is their plan. Well, it's got to be the one that they stick to, because they don't have much room for mistake at this point. Still rolling and putting pressure against anything on shower, and you can see the wide swing coming from Leon. It almost cost him his life, but he's able to survive as Prano looks to rotate towards the graffiti area, try and angle up and make sure they can catch anyone that might push across. Hyph, in the meantime, is trying to clear towards Eunice, who is underneath. Could be completely caught unaware, and is, as Expo doubles down on the close down. They now have control of the main central staircase, and from that point onwards, with 33 seconds, they've got to try and make something of it.
A lot of pressure on Funkers. He's in the prime position towards that logistics office. Surprised he hasn't pulled it to shotgun. Leon should get pressure from the main stairs, and yes, he will do, as Hive has eliminated him, but there's the refrag from Meepy inside a bedroom. He went unchecked, and there's the peek from Funkers, loses his life as well. And another one falls for Secret. Orglis have swung this right into their favor, and Meepy inside of 1 versus 3, essentially, as Prano has been down. The pistol comes in, and it's not going to be enough. Orglis bounce back, and they take their first attacking win.
2-1, and, well, as I said, whatever Orglis did next, they had to stick to their guns, and it came together. Yes, there was a couple of wide swings and peaks there from the players of Secret, where they were a bit overconfident, and I guess that happens when you take 2 rounds the same way they had previously, but if there's a team that is able to measure things up and respond with an appropriate amount of aggression, well, that seems to be Orglis. Everything is droned, everything is researched, and as you said, everything started to fall into their hands. 2-1. They've at least managed to stop the entire flood in the rotation of 3, but we're back down in church, and I am wondering if they're going to be treading a little bit more lightly after having most of the floor blown out underneath them.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
So, looking at Secret, they move back downstairs, and this one was very explosive heavy, as you mentioned, Fluke. We've seen, what, 2 C4s and impact grenade kill come out, so let's see if Secret will try and do a similar thing. Funkers on that Maestro goes upstairs, and be curious to see if he places any sneaky Maestro cameras upstairs. We've seen that before, where teams would try and place a Maestro camera looking down onto, you know, a wall or a hatch to try and eliminate the Thermite charge or the Rabana charge, whatever it is that comes in. And honestly, in this kind of circumstance where if you look at kind of bans that come in, you're only limited to a banner. If you can eliminate 1 set of the pellets, you've put your defensive side in such a good position.
Wow, the wonderful panorama shows the works that are steadily coming their way across from the hands of Orglis. As we said before, they're a slow and steady team. They like to try and make sure that they've got control of the space before they start to collapse, and well, this is slow and steady as you like. Cabana making sure there is at least an entryway via dirt, but that leaves her with only 2 hatches able to get through. Do not expect a church take, for there is no way through that big solid wall. I guess you can go via moto, but it's a dangerous dance. You got to play against probably some pretty attentive guns. In the meantime, the drone is, well, leading Meepy around, but he's just going to take care of it and rotate back down via AC. And again, here's hefty drone work, hefty information. As I said, they're avoiding the explosive floors for now. They're going to try and take that as late as possible. As Buck, a rare pick currently, is the one that's starting to dig his way across.
Need those claymores, bro. But in this circumstance, you're going to have the flashbangs, obviously, a little bit more utility orientated to assist with any burning of WAM yeses, and just overall just a nice gadget to use if you are dropping hatches. Bit of a tag up there as Leon's still on that Legion looking for any kills he has. A very risky maneuver. A lot of energy coming from Leon right now in towards that armory, but just has to be careful because there could be anybody peeking him at any moment, and as I say it happens.
Yeah, Leon taken care of, and Eunice now down, but not quite out. In the meantime, Expo suffered a huge amount of damage towards Dirt and had to pull back. Can't get the clean push that he was able to pull off previously. The pings are still coming, and they're looking for a way to try and close down that man behind the first box. And they do manage it. Expo takes care of Fonkers and is able to just try and hold a little bit more of a tighter angle here. Augulus have a lot more control, and Secret are kind of being punished for their wanton aggression. Doesn't stop them, though, as Eunice wide swings onto Expo and at least puts one of the Augulus players down.
All three Secret players just in a line together with each other. The feet gets tapped from the kitchen hatch over towards the AK rack. Another man has taken up the mantle inside of Dirt and is also being droned in. It's a great position now for KS. I don't think he needs to overpeak here, Fluke. He just needs to try and hold his ground, but that drone ping comes in. That's an easy one for him. Trying to get pressured by Meepy, who is in towards that back box. Prone as well, but everyone gets finished off essentially for Secret. It's just down to Blaz, who has managed to find 1 and 2, but not the 3rd or the 4th. And KS, who we seen was in that great position in Dirt, has been able to assist his team and has eliminated that threat.
2-2. Augulus, they're able to try and, again, pull more of this back, and well, you've got to give credit to the response that they've been able to formulate. As I said, that was a very explosive opener for Secret on those first 2 rounds. And since then, well, they've kind of had their, the fuse has been snuffed out before it's even begun to be able to explode the same way it has done. It's a very, very well-coordinated attack here from August. A very well-balanced kind of, okay, well, they're here, so let's pull back. We have the drone here. Okay, now we pinch, and there's one. And punishing them for swinging on, swinging up, and let's see if Secret can kind of pull something back here as they go back down to church.
Funkers has brought out the Vigil. We've seen him primarily on that Maestro, but he's looking at the scoreline, he's thinking, damn, I haven't got a kill yet. I better get one of those. So he's probably going to go for a roam game upstairs. He has that Vigil scanner to obviously deter those drones. And if we look at the way Oracles have kind of played it, they've had no interest in going for any clearouts.
I think it's this. They had a bit of a drone work, and they had a bit of an active research done on the top floors before. We saw them kind of lean in, whether it was in response to not wanting to be caught out by a potential roam game. They didn't do it the first time they attacked church. They did it on the second time, which was successful. Maybe they'll do it on the 3rd time. Either way, if they do, there's going to be a Funkers. There's going to be an actual problem for them to have to respond to. So I guess Secret are thinking that they're going back to the more reserved playstyle, and it's whether this Vigil can do what Vigils can do very well on this map.
Oh, looking for a spawn peek as well. He knows that the kind of dirt area is the thing that Oracles like to open up. It gives him that option for another player, as we've seen KS expertly kind of seen that weak point, utilize that tunnel, and just honestly, a couple of drones, a buck opening up a wall, and that's been enough to scare Funkers away. That's it. That's all it was. That's all it took.
It's the worry about this stuff as well. Obviously, we can kind of talk about the confidence of the play style and the day. And I think at this point, obviously, as we said before, if Secret, they have a route through. But if they lose this, it's done. So I guess that's always going to be on their heads. And when you take 2 up and you're riding high and you go 2 back down to a draw, well, then you kind of suffer. And well, Leon manages to swing on the man crawling into dirt. Expo's done that every single round and has finally been punished for it. And that is a good start in the hands of Secret.
So, Orgless moving in towards that kitchen once again. Hive on the buck. Sees the egg run past, but doesn't fire. Funkers has found himself back upstairs in the exact same position he was last time. Gets stunned by the Sophia. Sophia's had to back away.
I'm assuming we lost that as well.
It looks as if our observer has just crashed, everyone.
Oh no, we're back.
Oh, we're back. We're back. Never
We're
mind.
back.
We're back.
And we're back, and it's a 5-2. So,
Secret of
yeah.
I've won the round. Not the game, just the round.
Now it's 5-1, and then Leon has taken another person in dirt again. Sometimes those game things happen.
Hey, look, Funker's got a kill. That happened.
Yeah, Funk's got a kill. And now it's Prano, and he's just going to kind of dance.
He's just fishing.
It's just having a bit of a team talk, maybe seeing if he can catch someone and get some exit frags, but with 40 seconds on the board, Funker's refusing to move. They know where the diffuser is, it's in dirt. And, well, Leon is keeping a kind of tight watch and control over anything that gets close. You assume this is a team talk moment, and, okay, well, let's see if we can get a 3-3 split as we head into our defenses in the hands of Orgless.
So, you know, if you're Orgless, you're sitting there thinking, right, we have one more round on the attack. We've got 2 rounds. You should still be happy with 2 rounds on Clubhouse, but they're probably going to want the 3rd round as well. It will be more than likely a cash defense, I'd imagine, from Secret. It won't be going back up the gym again. So now probably Orgless are just sitting here talking about how are we going to attack this top floor now, and it's quite an important one that they know they definitely need to get to give them a good run-in.
Yeah, if they find the split, Secret here 4-2, they're at least obviously in a good situation where there is some space for them to make mistakes, and there is some space for them to be able to pull some attacks, which, to be fair, on Villa was half of their rounds, but it was against a very good Orgless, a very well put together Orgless side. That too could be the difference here, though. Obviously, they only really need to pull 3 if they get on the kind of split in that situation, whereas at the same time, a 3-3 on the split, it's a bit worrying for Secret, I would say.
Need this round. I think both teams need this round quite desperately. Orgless to give themselves, a nice even playing field as they go into the defense, which is arguably a lot easier whenever you look at the bans that come in, the double hard breach ban. In Secret, they need to have a nice lead going into, as we've just mentioned, the very tough attacker-sided kind of round they have to go into. Attacker-sided, defender-sided Clubhouse, should I say.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's currently not attacker-sided.
We have seen attacker-sided Clubhouse in the past, though.
We have.
We've seen what Thatcher, Fermite, Maverick, and Habana all open before because teams decided to ban them. Keep in mind, I'm pretty sure there was a Ying ban I seen as well, so I think overall, I get it.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, I'm curious, obviously, to see if Ying does make an appearance in this game.
Yeah, it is open.
Allowed. I would say, obviously, we've seen it in the hands on Border. Slightly less kind of easy to use. Not that it's easy to use on Border, but it's a very different map, very different play space.
I think we're going to be seeing Secret pull Ying out. Definitely, 100%. I don't think Orgless were the team to bring out Ying. Certainly Secret. They've talked about how strong she really is. We've seen them display that in the last week's Playday. Didn't see it in Villa because it was banned out by Orgless, probably fearing that. And Prano did just catch a glimpse of a player roaming downstairs, a drone arm as well. He's gone up main stairs, and that's an easy one for Prano.
Yeah, Prano has been very good across the Playday today of being able to get those isolated kills, get those entries, just crouch walk around and find a body or two. Seems to be the MO, and it's working very, very well because Secret sometimes fall victim to those little plays. Quick C4 throw in the window to try and catch anyone that might be close, but no cigar as Meepy lives to mess around another day.
So, now it's a 4v5 in favor of Orgless. This is what they want, especially for a top floor bomb site, which can be tough to deal with. See how Secret want to respond. Maybe was downstairs, but since then decided to pull back and come back upstairs to join the rest of his team. All 4 of them now inside of the site. Leon in towards that rafters as well, playing close in the window rather than kind of in towards the rafter areas, but knowing that Orgless are very adamant in pushing towards the bedroom side. Now this is where we pull back to the bans. Since you're only limited to the Habana, you don't have the options of opening both sides. You have to go for one way or the other. And honestly, I feel as if going for this side is very risky, because without that main wall being opened, it gives players such as Leon that chance to rotate in between garage. It gives you that rotation ability. Where obviously, with the Thermite being typically in place along with Habana, that wall would also be opened up, and it chokes all kind of air out of that bomb site for the defense.
Well, now it swings back into the favor and is, well, currently doubled down. Draven lost a huge amount of health there, but he was able to be taken care of. And Augulus, 3-3 on the split now, leading in to a single hard destruct attack in the hands of Secret. Secret, who have to pull the win here if they're to have any chance at making their way into Pro League next season.
Again, it shows very similar signs of kind of what Orgless did on Villa. Whenever Orgless get those kind of first opening picks, they look very dominant. You know, we've seen them win that opening kill, Prano being droned in, being able to get that communication. One thing about Orgless is that they're setting Prano up in those kind of lone wolf Ash type playstyle, but still being able to support him for information of the drones.
CCTV and Cash, the swap from the Ash to the Thatcher was the bait and play there, as Kaid is actually swapped to from the Valkyrie. So a couple of mind games, but they've led to the same situation here. And I guess, yeah, the bait was there. Oh, we can play Kaid untested. We can kind of pop them and leave them, and they're fine. They've doubled it down with the Bandit as well. They know the game that they want to play, and I can't keep saying it enough. It all circulates around the very precious resource that is hard destruction.
Towards that top floor. Operator selection from the defense. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Lack of information would be the only thing I could probably criticize them on. You know, Maestro's available. That could be an option for them, but obviously I think their thought process is sack off the information. Let's just bring the denial with the Kaid. And we've discussed this in the pre-match. With those bans coming in, Thatcher has to be on top of his game. If he cannot correctly know when to use these Thatchers, the Bandit and the Kaid will have a field day with these Habana pellets, and you're limited with what you have right now, and that's only 3 of them.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing about it as well. Obviously, it was the 6th pick towards the Kaid too. They know what game they want to play, and as you said, the lack of information is them going, well, we're gonna fortress this. We're gonna turtle. We've got the ability to catch anything that they throw and burn. We've got the ability to make sure that they can't just rush in via flashes. And I guess maybe they're worried about potential Ying. Maybe they're also worried about potential Candelas coming through, and they've had to prep against that rather than prepping against information. But she isn't on the board, at least for now. And instead, they've opted to swap to Kaid to live in on the idea of, well, they didn't have a Thatcher at first. Now they do. Let's make sure that this works, Secret.
The drone work from Secret, looking to find anybody lurking below. Again, always a threat. We could see somebody just toss a C4 up through the hatch, and that could be a free kill, free double kill. You never know. But as it goes, Orgless, they know exactly where Secret will be pushing from with the early information, knowing that they're attacking from the bedroom side of things. So they know that they have that flexibility of roaming in towards the garage, in towards that B bomb site. Because obviously, with the Habana only being there, they're only opening up that one side. Thatcher has went and got rid of the first set of the Habana pellets, or the band charge, should I say. See the buck going below as well. That's quite smart from them, knowing that they have to go for a bandit trick to stop it. Let's just go below and buck him. Quite similar to what you would see from the original kind of take, where you push in towards the B side from that from the exterior wall.
Prano is on a deep roam at this moment and could be the big problem that they end up suffering to if it goes unchecked. Steadily trying to make his way up through the red stairs and try and double down and back up on that side, but doesn't intently have to. Is in a position where they might be able to do something a bit later. The man looked a bit confused there, trying to find, I guess the 6th pick was a Valkyrie, so maybe they're still a bit concerned that her cameras are around, or he's just having a bit of problem with his mouse. Either way, his head was on a swivel, that's for sure. The drone catches out the roam of Prano. He's going to have to rotate and find a different location before Secret are able to kind of collapse down and shut the man down. You can see Blast is prepared for anyone that might try and swing in underneath him, but it's actually gone via Oil Pit. It's going to creep up here, catches the stairs, and unfortunate timing, but at the same time, look at the spread of kills.
Another one pushing in towards Garage. It's Blast downstairs. Leon has walked in. He's eliminated one, but not the other. And Blaz has been left with it all to do, but can't do anything. Orgless, he pulled through. I thought Leon was set up there just to grab the bull by the horns, but no, Orgless, they deny him that.
Well, 4-3. Orgless have found themselves 1 foot ahead in this game. They've taken their first defense round. It looks like they're going to try. No, they've actually swapped down to Church and Arsenal. It looked like they were potentially going to try their other top floor, often seen as being the third hold for a lot of teams, and get that done out the way, and then they can kind of opt their way down to a more secure site. But instead they're going to say, well, no, let's try and double down, get the 2-round difference, the 2-round buffer, before we potentially play our third. And well, with this selection, the castle is baiting out a particular tool hold. The vigil is going to try and roam free, and well, I guess they're trying to waste as much secret time as possible on a potential full building clear.
It's just going to be rough for Secret. It really is. You know, you look at the bans, keep coming back to this look. They should be very, very defender-sided. Is it the fact that Orgless has been playing up to their game on their attacking side to take those 3 rounds? Or is it Secret just, again, not living up to expectations?
It's a hard call. Because obviously, as I said, we've seen them have these sparks and these moments of brilliance throughout this. And obviously, you can kind of pull reasons and strategies and the shake of the day and all of that stuff and all the outside factors in as possible. But at the kind of crux of it, these are 2 teams that are statistically neck and neck throughout the season, and Orgless are just seemingly having a more coherent day. Things are a little less stressed for them. They seem a little bit more in control of what's going on, and yeah, sure, they suffer under those sparks of brilliance, under the intense heat that Secret can provide, but outside of that, it's just smoke, and they're able to blow it away.
I don't think nerves should be anything to do with Secret. These are all players. Every single one of those Secret players has played in Pro League. They have played at the highest level. If you're getting jitters in CL, how did you not get jitters in Pro League? You know, what's the difference? What's happened to them? You know, they've played on the biggest stages. Eunice, he's won it all. And they're struggling in CL? This shouldn't be happening for a team of this caliber. And again, Fluke, it's just Secret at the moment for the past, I don't know how long, it has been disappointment time after time.
That's the thing. And it's kind of hard to, you know, you can always look for excuses. You can say, oh, well, on the day and stuff like that. And that's just, it's fair to say at this point today, Orgless have been a very well put together team. Not to say it's over yet, though.
No.
As I said, they're a team that can explode and have started off the round well. Getting the openers, Leon takes care of KS, who, to be fair, has been pretty consistently the first blood on a lot of these rounds in the hands of Secret. Or he's not the first blood. He's often downed first, though.
Yeah. A lot of holes being opened up in towards the actual corridor. Typically, we see a lot more explosives kind of go down in towards the kitchen flooring, but no, that main corridor being pressured by both sides from C4s and impact grenades from Leon on the Sophia, and Buck now comes in, start looking for something, and look, they have tried to open up this armory run-in, so it looks as Secret are probably going to attempt to open up kitchen, and as soon as that hatch gets opened up, they're going to try and rush into site. That's the kind of push I think they're going for, because you wouldn't naturally open it up if you weren't going for it.
Well, the C4s are being torn and hasn't quite been able to make the same marks that we saw in the very first round, when we saw every explosive in the world working, and well, since then we haven't really seen any be able to pop off and pull off, and you can see they're trying to collapse via AC and get some control on the opposite side. Eunice is seeing if they can catch anyone that wide swings around on Church, and well, Hive is actually able to open it up in the opposite way. Takes care of Leon. There's Fonka's finding a second one. They've dropped down an oil pit. They're looking to try and apply as much pressure via blue as they can. Swings on the doorway. There's one. Couldn't quite find the second. But Draven is going to pre-fire as many spots as possible. With only 15 seconds on the board, Secret are pressured for time, and he can't quite find his way through the rubble. Oh no! Has to go through. It's an unfortunate way for that to come together. Funkers is trying to pull everything out that they can, has the ping, and is going to have to try and stick the diffuser. Now it's just Expo who has to do the run that could end the round. There's the back of a man, and it's an unfortunate way for that to come apart.
Tried to crawl in, couldn't get through the holes. It's tragic. It is. To see something like that happen. Then, you're both in blue. You have that deployable shield where we know Draven was just loving life just behind that shield, peeking up and down, playing a game of whack-a-mole, and, well, he hit the nail on the head right there. Gym and bedroom now for Orgless. They've won their first 2 defensive sites, and honestly, Fluke, I don't see them losing this. I really don't. I don't see it. Just Secret they've underperformed.
Yeah, and at the same time, Orgless, as I said, they've come in very well. They've come into this games doing a lot of prep, obviously. They know how they want to play this, and most importantly, they know how they want to play against Secret. They've been able to kind of pick apart what Secret have tried to throw forward, and they, in a way, we've kind of commented on a lot of players haven't quite been able to hit their shots off, and that's some of the reasoning, sure. But at the same time, look at how Orgless have structured themselves against the guns of Secret throughout today. They've generally always had themselves in trade situations or crossfire situations. They've kind of gone, it's dangerous to go alone here, take this, but this is me with another gun.
And you have to give credit to Hive this game. Typically, we put all eyes on Prano being that mainstay fragger for Orgs. He's up there, I believe, top 5 currently in terms of kills in Challenge League. And Hive was actually one of the more lower-rated players this season, and he's really stepped up with 10 kills. And that's actually quite nice. If you look in the kill board, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 kills for Orgless. That's nice. That's very aesthetically pleasing. I like that. That's good.
I'm pretty sure they did it. They've done that on purpose.
They've done that on purpose, have they?
Yeah.
Oh, and look, also in Secret, they have all even numbers as well. 4, 4, and then a 6, 6, 6. Ooh. Oh no.
Oh no.
Why is my room started to levitate? Why is my computer starting to levitate after I said that, Fluke?
Oh well, Eunice has broken it instantly. Oh no, the 666 is still there, but there's at least now a 5 in the mix. Eunice wants to add another 6 to the measure. Summon even more powerful. But in the meantime, Prano off the board. We gave him compliments, but as I said, he hasn't quite been able to hit the mark the same way he has this map as he has previously. Quick swing on the man on the top of the red staircase, but nothing is quite caught on the shoulders of Draven, who has had a pretty exceptional game so far. Throws another charge up to catch anything that might come their way. Obviously, it's a bit of a wider hold, but this is how Orgless have generally played all of their games today.
Blast has to be careful, because if Hive does decide to take the plunge out, it should be a free kill for him, but I think Hive is just aware that he doesn't know what's actually going to be waiting for him. Anyone could be in that position to eliminate him as he tries to eliminate the Buck. Now rotate it in towards the construction, trying to give his teammate best support! Huge from Hive. Finally gets finished off, but still the damage has been done.
5-3. Meepy and Funkers left on the board with 1:30. Plenty of time for them to formulate something, but the maths has to be spot on for them to be able to pull this back in their favor. They cannot let this game drift on to a draw. It's just beyond choice, beyond reasoning, and, well, it would push this season beyond their grasp, unfortunately.
Hive's back up as well. They've managed to get the revive in, so still the man advantage goes in favor of Orgless, but not for long as Meepy takes that swing and wins it out. So 2v2, Habana and Thatcher against Goyo and the Mute. They'll have those shields up, but if you look at the shields though, they're placed the wrong way. So they're not really going to help them that much in this scenario. So Secret doing a bit of drone work, Meepy trying to figure out where these remaining defenders are, but realistically, they can just rotate around as much as they want. They have a lot of options here for Orgless.
Well, they've taken control of construction and they're angling towards the door. Funkers is making sure that there's nobody dug in on the close corners, but there's the guns of Hive firing yet again at the man that hops in. Funkers lucky to escape with his life, but didn't seem entirely sure of where those bullets came from. They're concerned about the gym door, but they're still going to cream their way through. A great rotation from Expo, though, via logistics. They might not be aware they are. The drone is there and feeding the information. There's the double swing. They find their way towards him. They have 5 seconds. They have to cover the diffuser at this point. Hive on a flicker of health. Looks like he's going to let it go down, and he creeps his way in behind. sprays, gives away his location, and the man escapes into shower. This should be Secrets to lock out, and it is. They keep the dream alive for one more round.
Secret stealing the round away from Orglis. Phenomenal work from Meatbeat and Funkers. Hive could have stopped that realistically. Couple of missed shots here or there. But still, Secret, they'll take the round nonetheless. Honestly, look, you looked at the round, the kind of way it's set up with a double kill from Hive. You would have thought, oh, this is a done deal. This is Orglis all the way. But no, Secret pulling it back. And I have to give credit to both of them for being able to see that out, because that's a round many would have lost.
Yeah, obviously, it's, you know, you got to give credit in the hands of Secret. Hive whiffing the Funkers hopping on the window. That probably would have been the make or break moment there. They're in a 2-in-1. They had both sides covered at that point, but you know, they couldn't quite lock it down. All credit to the IGL and the big Finn that has been a consistent thorn in the side of every other team Secret has gone against for a very, very long period of time.
And towards that top floor, that cache CCTV room, once again for Orglis. See how things work out for them this time. Again, no information. Going for more of the denial approach. Bandit's actually been sacked off in favor of the Legion, I believe, this time around. So it gives them a bit more of, not really denial, because I don't think Legion is really suited for that. It's just a sound cue more than anything, isn't it? You know, you hear that go off in the doorway, you're like, okay, somebody's there.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously you can kind of look at how this went previously. It fell pretty quickly into the favor of Orglis, but the way Secret have often led is a very aggressive push. Whether in the hands of Eunice or Leon, they like to just swing against them and try and put bodies down, and maybe the Legion is just a way to try and stumble that playstyle, stumble those wide swings and make sure they can't quickly capitalize upon a Secret an Orglis player that's caught a little bit unaware and a little bit lacking by the aggression of Secret. Quick to Jacuzzi, as they're going to blow that open and crack their way across the drones, and the guns of what takes care of Hive before he could even begin to get the information. Eunice takes a Legion out of the equation.
Great opening pick, and generically for Secret, the way that their team play styles kind of interferes with opening kills. If they get that opening kill, we more than likely see them steamroll the rest of that round. So I'm guessing that's probably going to be something that happens again. And Eunice, a very risky wide swing for him. Lucky enough that nobody shot back at him that time around, and using that IQ device to try and find out all of those equipment inside. He sees, you know, the ADSs. He can obviously see those WAMIs as well. But at the moment, not a lot that Secret have to worry about. It's just trying to get this wall open, which should be done from below from Leon.
Well, there's the pops coming through from underneath, and they know generally that they've cleared at least some of the space. The usual haunts and hiding holes of the defenders have been cleared out, but Leon is almost cleared out himself, is finished by KS, and there's Draven to find Blast as well. That is the two bodies underneath doing the business, but business is closed for now. Yet again, it's starting to fall down to the reliable duo. They have a Eunice still on board and still alive, was covering the flanks. He's now going to have to rotate and see if he can apply some aggression himself on the main door.
Wall has been opened up. Secret on the back foot. They've lost Blaz and they've lost Leon, and see how they can continue on from this. Maybe even throws the last ADS, the EMP to try and get rid of the ADSs, so that will obviously assist them with any more utility that they may try and use, and at the moment the only thing they do have is the flashbangs from Funkers, and that's it. Eunice is in bomb sight. Nobody in a position to try and come in for the plant. Maybe has the fuser at his disposal, and there's the wide string from Eunice. Has found one. There's another one down in towards the staircase. Great shot from the Kaid. Picks off Eunice. Now the same position as well, being held by Meatbeat, and he also meets the same fate. Expo pulls out a double kill, and Orglis, they stall that one out just long enough to make Secret panic and make them stumble amongst each other.
Orglis, they've guaranteed themselves the draw, but that is far from what they were looking at. Match point, and I believe they have Church back open, which they instantly swing to. They know how they want to lock this down. A site that has been a bit of a mixed bag for them throughout the day, but on their defense, they've at least taken it once pretty well. so far. Can they double that down? Can they find the 6 points from today? And can they kind of relegate Secret to not the greatest day in their history books?
6-4 the scoreline.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Oh, it's gonna
bombs.
be tough for Secret to pull this one back, and even if they do, it's only gonna be a draw. So at least Orgless now they're sitting here thinking, right, we've secured the 4 points. Let's go get an extra 2.
Yeah, and you know, that's a big swing in their favor because at the same time, Secret have gone. You know, we were only guaranteed 1 at this point. 1, unless there is a huge comedy of errors from teams above them, won't even guarantee anything at this point. I think it would just have to be a very huge amount of draws from the hands of Crazy. At the same time, they then got to win all their game next week, which is next Friday. Apologies, which is against the top team in the league. Theoretically, they're still going to be top team at the end of the day as well. If their game goes the way that many people predicted, for Secret, seeing a 1 point is their only possibility at this moment. That's kind of, unfortunately, our season may be done.
Sweeping for electronics.
Secret now have to take on the mantle of attacking that basement. And this one's going to be tough. It was a close round, keep in mind, and it did come down to somebody not being able to crawl through a wall. That's essentially what they lost to at Fluke. So you look at it, either way you want to, it's still close enough. And I think most of the rounds in Clubhouse have been fairly close, especially in the second half of things. It's going to be tough to call where it really heads this time around.
Activating drone.
Holding the top of red, and I guess when things have kind of hit the death knell, everything's got a little bit quieter than it has been for most of this game. Secret, I guess they're just trying to find at least something from this game as they start to crack open the hatch, and well, they can try and look for anyone that might be playing above or around them. They're slow and steady with this clear, and for how they've been playing most of this game, it's an unusual face to see currently being worn by Secret.
Church wall, all fully reinforced, and that's probably how it's going to stay. I really doubt that we're going to be seeing that last Abana pellet be used on that triple wall. It'll probably just kept for perhaps another hatch, or I don't know if they've opened up dirt yet or not, but that might be another option for them. But no, they will be opening up that triple wall to try and give them a sight line into that bomb site. But as we can see from Orgless, they have placed a deployable shield to counter that play. So very smart from Orgless.
Dropped in on Moso and looking to see if they can catch the person behind AC, being a little bit too callous and careless, but that is not how Orgless have played their game today. Wamai is going to keep throwing out the charges and keep catching anything that may come his way. Again, more drones being led in by the hands of Leon. Knows, well, is comfortable in the idea that no one's going to swing in on him with the cover coming from the main door and above. At the same time, there's only so long that they can kind of play this game. They do have to make the push come to shove. And that is going to start by trying to get rid of the body behind AC and anything that might be pressuring on the doors. Drops in via oil pit. They have the cover from the Thatcher above as well, looking at the hatch and looking at potentially rotating onto the stairs, but still no catch on a man with every gun from Orgless pointing towards that Moto door.
It's a massive battle, the Battle of Blue, as we like to call it. Prano has picked up the first kill, and there's the refight galore. This is what we talk about with the Clubhouse bloodbath, and now for Orgless, a 2v2. Leon has picked up a kill. The pistol comes in, and it will land the shots. KS falls. Expo on the smoke. 1 versus 2. Whiffs all of the shots, and Secret staying alive.
6-5. Secret. They don't want to end this yet. As I said, don't get me wrong. It's a tough situation if they end on this with the draw, but it is technically still a possibility. The same way it's a possibility for Crazy, depending on how the game against Izzy Dream has gone. I haven't, unfortunately.
Yeah, Izzy Dream have got Pro League.
Okay, there we go. So Izzy Dream.
Yep, a 7-1 and a 7-4. So
Izzy Dream, 7-1 and a 7-4. So they are in Pro League. Congratulations to Izzy Dream. And that means the dream is over for Crazy as well. Statistically, this means obviously that what if Secret are to pull 1 point from this, they then need the Orgless versus DK game to be dead draws, or DK to lose all of their stuff later on today.
And keep in mind, DK is up against Sisu, so we really doubt that's going to happen.
Yeah. And then
Defenders,
Secret would then have
protect your
to beat
bombs being
Izzy Dream
defused by
on
attackers.
Friday as well. They'd have to take a clean 6 against Izzy Dream to jump over Auglis and jump over DK. As I said, it's a possibility if they get the point today, sure, and limit how far Auglis can push above them. But this is the 6th of the 7th Playday. So it's, you know, there is still stuff on the table. Potentially. They've got to stop Auglis from getting too far ahead of them right now, though. And that is what this final round can potentially bring them.
Yeah, I think it all kind of relies on the Fuse kids slipping up today. That's the only option I see kind of go for. Obviously, Orglis versus DK still have to
5
play.
seconds left.
That's kind of how I see it come down to. Whoever takes that Playday wins it.
Attackers
That's why I look at it. Whoever wins in that Orglis versus DK matchup, that's who gets the second Pro League spot. Yes, Penta, we know realistically that should be guaranteed 12 points if we're being honest with the two teams they're playing. I don't even know how that would... Oh, you know what? Let's not even go over it, Flip, because that's way too much
There's a lot of
for
maths.
my hand to handle, so...
As a pairing, this is, you know, we're not the maths pairing. I don't want to...
No.
No. We leave that to...
What pairing are we?
I don't know.
If we're not the smart pairing, then who are we?
We're not the smart pairing, though.
I don't know my name anymore.
No. The smart pairing is Ace and his Excel spreadsheets.
I thought they were the small pairing.
They're also the elderly pairing.
Because they're both 5'4" and old. Yes, the old and small pairing. I like it.
The dream team. UK. Here comes the collapse. For the first time, Ying is on the board, and what a moment to bring her when everything is on the line. They're looking for a bit of an entry. They don't want to throw anything away just yet, though. More drones before they completely commit to the wide swings. You could see them teasing the idea of here. Auglis are looking to battle back against the entrance from the bottom of the staircase. They're waiting for someone to just peek a little bit too aggressively around the corner, a way that they've been able to punish Secret pretty consistently throughout this Playday so far. But Secret are not quite falling for that just yet. For the first time as well, we're seeing the church wall be the main focal point of being opened. It's otherwise completely been hatches with the limitations put forward by only Habana on the board. This time they want to play this in a slightly different method. Hey, it's the final round, the final shout. This may as well be the time.
Yeah, things move out now for Orglis. Obviously, they still have that advantage of having the defense now. A minute to go. Wall's been opened up. That's in that prone hole. Leon, see what he can do any work with the Ying. Hasn't used any Candels as of yet. Instead, uses the smokes to burn up all of those Wamais, and now he moves in. Doesn't even use the Candel as he trades with Prano, but an important kill nonetheless for the Jaeger. Jonas and Meepy both push in. Now it's 2 versus 4. Funkers is going for the plant. And well, Secret, a valiant effort, and they've at least got themselves a point.
And for them, most importantly, they've stopped and leashed Auglis so they can't quite get too much further ahead of them. It keeps the pack close, and as he said, assuming Penta can pull some points, well, it's going to be even closer, because they've also got to trust now that Penta have a slip-up, and I guess all eyes in the hands of Secret are going to be staring at the DK match, because they need to make sure that as little points fall into the hands of DK later on this evening as possible.
Yeah, that Sisu DK one's definitely going to be one to watch. A lot of pressure on DK. You know, Sisu, they have no pressure whatsoever going on with them. The only people who can beat DK is literally themselves. But still, look, we have another match to go. That's only match number 1 done. Secret Orglis is wiped up. And we still have Penta Salamander coming up as well, Fluke.
Yeah, that's the thing. As we said, today was a bit of a bolster play day because every game kind of has a bit of weight to it. Yes, we now have the 3rd team that is guaranteed to not be able to make it statistically into the next season of Pro League. And it's unfortunately our very own Crazy that will be sitting and watching. But to be fair, they've put up a good fight for their first time round in CL. At the same time, as I said, mathematically, we might have our 2nd casualty by the end of today, and that really depends on the remaining games in hand. For now, I guess it's a bit of commiserations for both the teams that we've just had on the board. This is far from the result either of them wanted.
Yeah, again, Secret probably went in with a lot of high hopes, a lot of possibilities to really go out there and get those 6 points. And really send them into the running of getting that Pro League spot. It's now for Secret that they don't have anything else to really rely on. It's just they've done what they can. Now it's up to DK if they're going to slip up or whatever it is. So that's all it comes down to. It's no longer in Secret's hands.
Yeah, and it's one of those unfortunate situations to be in. I guess there's nothing worse than watching and waiting, and the kind of guys from all of these teams, and that they wanted nothing more to have this under their control and to be able to say, as long as it's down to me, that's what matters. I believe in myself, and I believe in how I can pull this together. Now it is not just down to them. Now they could play the best games of Siege for the rest of their Playday, for the final Playday, and even then it might not be enough, and that for them is going to be a big hit. It's for anyone that's a big hit, but
it is,
the fire that these guys have, and obviously it's not that it was expected for them to take the spot, but there was a lot of eyes on Secret. There was a lot of eyes on names that have been in Pro League before. Their names are in Penta, their names are in Sisu, their names are in August. That's the league right now.
It's always gonna be tough on them. So I believe that we do have an interview with Prano coming up as well. So we'll be able to kind of see what happens with that and see how he kind of gets on. So we'll hopefully get that pulled up now for you. I hope so. We should be ready to go. We'll just wait for him to join up. We'll take our time, Fluke, but still just waiting for him at the moment.
I mean, I was tempted to just mute and let you handle it, but I don't know if I'm still on screen, and that would be that'd be a bit mean. I'm assuming
I've had to join a different call to basically do this, so I don't know what's happened with my camera, if it's happened, but
cool.
But yeah,
you've left me behind, understandably.
I'll just wait until I get the word that the interview's ready to go. Just wait and see. But I think we're gonna have to go to a break.
So we're just going to quickly throw to a 2-minute break as we sort our technical issues out. Thank you for sticking with us. We'll be back with an interview very shortly.
By Prano. Obviously, Prano, congratulations on taking the win and the draw. Still gives you guys a good running now, but do you think you should have got all 6 out of that matchup?
Yeah, of course we do. We counted on all 6 points. Now we have to hope for Salamander to get some points off of Penta. And yeah, but we threw a little bit. We couldn't hold the church twice, so it is what it is.
Yeah, you kind of look at some of the bans. Do you think that obviously the Thermite and Maverick makes that a little bit tougher to kind of attack in many senses? But at the same time, you look at it, you guys actually didn't struggle that much in the attacks.
We're pretty used to it, like to the double heart breach ban. So like we knew what we were doing. Getting 3 attacks is pretty good, but we also like only got 3 defenses, so we kind of choked on the defensive side today.
So now you kind of look at what you're up against next. You have the Fuse Kids. That's going to be the big game. In my eyes, I think whoever takes that win is going to be joining Izzy Dream instead of Pro League. Is the Fuse Kids a team that you think you can take on, or do you think it's going to be a tough battle?
I mean, of course it's going to be a tough battle, but if we wouldn't think we could beat them, we wouldn't play in CL. We wouldn't play at all. So we are confident enough that we can get the 6 points. We'll see what happens on Friday then.
Yep, obviously they also play coming up later as well. I think for you guys now, you're probably the biggest Sisu fans right now, I'd imagine. You're rooting on the Finns and probably Salamander. You're probably rooting for them as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, let's hope for both of them getting 6 points, but we'll see. We'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, well, Prano, congratulations. Is there anything that you want to say to any of the fans out there? People who've been supporting you guys. A lot of support we're seeing at the moment for Orglis. You guys have a great following behind you.
I mean, yeah, just thank you for all the support. We like the messages we're receiving, the tags on Twitter, the retweets. It really means a lot to us. We're sorry we couldn't close it out today, but we hope so to do on Friday.
Yeah, well, we wish you the best of luck, and we'll see if we can see you up there in the likes of Pro League. So, guys, we're going to go back to Fluke now. Thank you, Prano, for that interview. And yeah, Fluke, a lot of words there being said by him, and he's not scared of DK, is he?
Now, to be fair, at the beginning of the season, DK didn't look like they would bleed. Now we've at least seen they have some weaknesses. They have some kind of problems and some kind of ways that you can pull them apart. Every eye is on one spot in Pro League now. They know one is guaranteed in the hands of Izzy Dream. This, for these guys, as we said before, in their history and the kind of habits that they had before, that's a fire. That's something where they can go, we have one shot, one space, we can take them.
Yeah, and you heard him say as well, they felt as if they should have got all 6 points. Those 2 basements, they've kicked themselves about it. They feel as if they should have had it, but you know, it's Siege, and I think for Clubhouse, sometimes things go your way, sometimes things don't, and if you can't win your gunfights on those basement attacks, or the basement defense, should I say, then the attack's just going to run over you, which, to be fair, Secret, if you look up those 2 rounds, they were on top of their game with their gun skill.
That's it. And it was the kind of thing where you go, wish we'd kind of have this all throughout the entire Playday, but unfortunately, you can't always have the stories that you want written. Thank you for sticking with us. We'll be back with our second pair of games for the evening in about 10 minutes. We will see you after a very short break.
Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to continue underway with tonight's matches. Obviously, still recovering from the internet issues that happened yesterday, and now we're ready for Penta against Salamanders, what we're going into now, Fluke.
Yeah, and obviously when we've talked about teams that have unfortunately already had their dreams pulled apart, well, Salamander are one of those. They have no way of making their way through into one of the top 2 spots to get their place in Pro League. Penta, however, they have a route. Yes, it's similar to now Secrets. It's rocky, it's kind of marred by the ideas of a lot of other people have to stumble and fail. However, Penta have arguably the 2 easiest games in hand. This is the opener. They need to get all 6 points from this to be in with at least a little bit of a look in and a chance at getting themselves in Pro League.
Yep, a little pressure on Penta tonight as they still have that open door for them to slip on in and attempt to take that second position. We already know that the first one's locked up by Izzy Dream. They are guaranteed that Pro League spot no matter what happens. And now you look at Salamander. Salamander, what did they have to play for, Fluke? Absolutely nothing.
It's fun. Just bants, mate.
Yep,
play to have a good time, and it's one of those things where it's an unfortunate situation. But we'll jump through the rosters first of all, and we'll obviously see how these teams line up. First up, drum roll, please, because I don't remember. Salamander is the first team up on our board here, and obviously, you kind of talk about how these players have been able to play. They've been able to pull a lot of draws throughout this season.
Yeah, they've been a surprising character of a team, that's for sure. 4 draws, taking draws against some big teams there as well. A draw against Orgless, a draw against Sisu, a draw against Secret, a draw against the Fuse Kids as well. Salamander, I wouldn't say they've played awful. Like, some of the Siege they've played has been very entertaining. Like, I think Salamander have had a great run.
Yeah, and obviously you look at Dogefather kind of being the spearhead of that, had one of the best games, if not statistically the best single-player performance throughout this entire season against anyone. And those kind of figures, he hasn't quite been able to replicate that same heroics, but he has had he's had a very, very good season.
And Strike as well, I think someone who has also been keeping up. He's been getting a lot of those opening kills, I think, for that team. Strike's another one we've kind of highlighted quite a bit. But let's see their opponents. Penta, the French lineup. And, well, like we talked about, a bit of a long stretch, but still potential for this team to move in and try and get themselves into that position. Revan, Enemy, Alive, Cactus, and Blaz. Yes, the other Blaz. There's 2 of them. It's quite interesting whenever we've seen Penta and Secret face off against each other on Playday 4, where you had Blaz and you had Blaz both fighting against each other.
Yeah, it was an old Blaz for Blaz kind of swap, an old Blaz for Blaz kind of situation. And yeah, as you can see, obviously they've been able to kind of pull themselves together. We said very early on, and I'm sure it's been said every time Penta's come up on the board, this is a very, very different Penta to the more classical Penta that you all probably knew before this season started. There was 2 there's currently 2 players. They had to play the first Playday with Yannick's in a sub role to keep themselves in the spot, and then since then, this is the roster that has been Penta, and this is the roster that, to be fair, it's kind of still teething, but it looks like it could be very vicious.
Yeah, that Enemy and Revan core is still there. Those guys played back during Team Vitality, not the Team Vitality today, but the one that was whenever Panix was in, and they won the invite spot to the 2018 Invitational way back when. So this is still that kind of core roster of those 2 players, and you've mixed in Cactus there, another player who's played throughout Challenger League, Blaz as well, who has kind of came into this season, and Alive, who for a long time was kind of dwelling in Challenger League, moved up the Pro League at a time with he got into the Supremacy roster. Alive for a very long time, way back in the Season 8 days of Challenger League, he was on Supremacy, and he was one force to be reckoned with. He was one of the top fraggers that we had back then.
Yeah, and obviously, as we said, for Penta, it's all or nothing today. If they get anything less than the 6 points, the dream is pretty much confirmed as being over. Even if they get all the 6 points today, it's still not guaranteed. It's one of those unlucky situations where obviously they'll look to not being able to fully close down the game last week and end up not taking the full 6 points and only taking 4 previously. And, I guess it's those little trickles, those little slip-ups that they've become less and less consistent for the team, but they are still an unfortunate burden to have. As we jump over to the map Veto, we will have a look at how this all comes together in terms of the teams and where they like to play. We haven't seen Penta play either Theme Park or Villa this entire season.
Honestly, if you look at the kind of maps that both of them have played, they've both kind of been different. You know, you look at Salamander, they've been playing, you know, Border quite a lot. That's a map that we haven't really seen Penta touch. Penta's been more of a clubhouse that we've seen Consulate from them, we've seen Coastline from them. It's been very two different pools. I think each of them, if you look at excluding Theme Park, and if you split those 6 maps 3 apiece, they've kind of been playing, you know, each set. So it'll be interesting to see how the map bans kind of play out, and I'm very interested to see where this one goes. And heck, even if we're talking about that, you know, this team only plays these 3 maps, the other team plays the other 3, who's to say Theme Park might not be in the cards today?
Hey, that's the thing. Theme Park's been banned 3 times by Penta. It's only ever been banned once by Salamander, and they've actually gone on pretty much consistently every map. They know they ban out Consulate, they ban out Coastline, they ban out Villa. That is what Salamander do, and then otherwise they're happy to generally go anywhere, and well, there it is. Consulate, Coastline, and Villa was already banned. So Theme Park. I believe earlier you said you've never been on a theme park. Never cast a theme park.
I've never cast a theme park. But, you know, you look at the bans, that's literally what I was talking about. Salamander know that Penta primarily played Consulate, Coastline, and Clubhouse. And in the other spectrum, Penta know that Salamander primarily played Villa, Border, and Cafe. And they've each just basically banned each other's map pools. And we've left us with that kind of odd, that red-headed stepchild, we'll call it. That theme park. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I'm excited.
Hey, it's going to be a really good map to kind of get into. Obviously, as we said, we haven't seen it from either of these teams today. Salamander have generally, as I said, not really banned it or had to. It's been a big ban for a lot of other teams in the season. It's not to say they wouldn't have, but it's never really been the big issue for them. I guess we'll have to see if they can kind of back that up with stats and how they play as we go in for the first showdown in this pairing, starting with a trip to a theme park.
Oh, well, let's get into it. I'm looking forward to this one. And just to let everybody know, you did miss it, our observer. Obviously, the wonderful medics. In the pre-game lobby, Fluke, he essentially typed in, who would win in a sword fight, me or you? I don't know what kind of sword fight he's referenced to, because there is 2 kinds of sword fights, but we'll say that's the one with actual swords. He said who would win, and Cactus replied straight away with the Fluke. Demo doesn't win anything, so that's broke my heart into a million pieces. So very, very sad.
Okay, I mean, are they wrong?
Thanks, mate.
I meant about the sword fight. The other stuff, I guess I'll leave to chat, and I can guess the answer that's being typed. But the sword
what
fight,
do we think? Who would win in a sword fight, me or Fluke?
Yeah, I think I look a little bit like I could be a Lannister.
I mean,
so.
I'm handy with a lightsaber. If that
how do you know that?
Used to play lightsabers back whenever I was a kid.
Oh, okay.
You tell me you didn't own a lightsaber as a kid?
No, of course I owned a lightsaber, but I wouldn't explicitly go to say whether I'm good or bad with it. Ying is banned. It's probably worth mentioning there, and I guess not a surprise to anybody. Ying is the quick removal there from the hands of Penta.
I love the way, even though it's theme park, which we haven't seen a lot of theme park, still, Ying, go away, Ying.
Get rid of
Don't want to play against you. Doesn't matter what map it is. No Ying.
No, she's not a good sight for anyone to kind of butt heads against with throughout any of this so far. We all know how powerful she can be, and the players more so than anyone. And Penta, they've actually consistently pretty much banned her, I believe, since she came to play. They've not wanted to go up against her at all, and I do not blame them. It's, you know, it's just a very good operator, because it's not just, as we said before, there's the 2 edges to it. There's the Ying that can be a very, very powerful tip of the spear as you approach any doorway, any building, any way in, any room you need to clear. You can do so much. But at the same time, the utility that you can burn through, the ADSs and the Wumai charges, can both completely pretty much be taken care of by just one operator. And that level of depth to someone's pockets in this meta, this economy, crazy.
This economy, yes. So, also in the other spectrum, you look at the other attacking ban, Nomad was the ban.
5 seconds left.
So that's probably going to open up a lot more room potential. Obviously, you're going to, you're losing out that Nomad. You're going to see a lot more teams kind of go with that whole flank up throughout the staircases that you have available. Overall, I think the bans won't affect the attackers that much. You still have your Thermite, your Habana, your Maverick, your Thatcher. They're kind of the main 4 that you kind of want to have. So there's still plenty of options for, I think, the attackers to kind of cope with. So it looks as if that we've lost Fluke. So it's just me again, everyone. Welcome to the demo solo cast fun adventure. Again, I would say sorry that you have to now deal with me, but maybe some of you are thinking, yes, it's just demo. Who am I kidding? No one wants to hear that. So Blaz, upstairs in the room game. Those alibis, being able to support himself and try and deter away some of those roamers. Drone does come in, and it's going to be enemy destroying that, so a bit of a double room game. On those dragon stairs, he looks down in towards the gong room, which is where Rio's is stationed, and a couple of shots fire through, but it's Blaz who picks up the first one onto the man inside a gong room, being able to utilize that hatch. That's good work from Pinta already with that opening kill, and they should be able to keep moving forward and try and block this one out, because like we've talked about before, on this particular map, on Theme Park, you need to try and keep as many people alive as you can to go for that final push. It's a very tricky map to play. You need a lot of utility being able to be used from the attackers in towards the bomb site, open up these walls. It is a key. And Fluke, welcome back. You've joined us.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to fix a couple of audio issues that I'm going to have, but I'm just going to have to cast, and if I miss something in terms of game audio, unfortunately, you might just have to pick me up on that, because a little bit of technical issues, but that is us being across the world. We're putting these productions on all from our homes during this quarantine and this unfortunate pandemic, so these mistakes happen, and we just try and roll through with them. There's a lot being pressured on the back of the throne room, and that is how you want to try and start cracking this open, as I'm sure you've expertly mentioned. I know you were very excited to give the demo's thoughts on strategies throughout this.
Oh, that's a great pick from Strike, because that eliminates the man in behind that throne room, and trying to get somebody out of that position could be very tough, and the fact that Penta has peeked him and just gave himself away, that's, yeah, not the best from the defense right now, but still there is a couple of roamers in great lurking positions, primarily enemy. See if he makes a pounce, but as it goes, everyone else just holding firm. A great pick from Evan, but there's the peek up and the refrag. There goes the pounce from enemy. Let's went into a 1 versus 2 as Rep picked up the double.
Well, hopping over the staircase and putting themselves in a 1 versus 1. The trades are aplenty, and Salamander is going to try and dig the diffuser in behind the throne and make sure they can keep the chair under their control. Now, they've got to try and play the dancing game of swinging either side of it. Caught on the side, but Salamander Rep somehow pulls apart enemy from range, and some fantastic shooting gets them the first tick on the board.
Well, enemy, it was in your hands and it slipped through your fingers. Salamander taking the first rounds, and on attack, very well done by Salamander to get things going like that. So, will we see similar from Penta again, trying to go for that roam game? Will they be a little bit more reserved on site? If you look at their kind of lineup the last time, they weren't really in for the whole denial thing. You know, generally we see a lot more Kites, Bandits, a lot more impact tricking primarily is the one that we see being utilized, because you can shoot open the top of the wall above, and then if a Thermite tries to place his charge down and it tries to get exploded, you just impact the cricket. So, yeah.
Well, initiation room and office is where we're going to head to. Jump up to the second floor and see if they can make something work here instead. Penta are a team that often likes to keep the site hot. Even if they win or lose it on the defenses, they're happy to keep rotating, keep changing up, and try and keep the game with a bit of momentum in the game itself, and try and thrive and move in and amongst it.
Oh, I thought we were watching Mozzie there for a second, but no, it's Castle. Or Mozzie.
You know, I mean, some people, they suffer. They go through some hardships. Some people get stronger in times like this, and sometimes Jaeger gets a little bit slower, but it doesn't seem to impact too much.
Oh, they've impacted that open. Bit risky, because that is essentially a way into the bomb site, but that little area is very interesting to me, Fluke, because it's essentially a staircase, but you have like a balcony in the back with 2 soft walls connecting the vault in towards the cafe. Impacting that does give you potential to rotate outside of the bomb site down in towards staircase, but then at the same time, it can also be used against you. Typically, you see teams reinforce that, so nobody can open it up, but who's to say that an Ash, such as Rio's, or even, you know, a Sledge, could just walk over and just dander into sight?
Well, Well, they're trying to steadily drone their way around. Again, this is a fresh in terms of seeing it on broadcast comp map for these two teams. They're looking at trying to pull apart what the other may be doing, but it's hard to get all the intel they need when, well, it's fresh. It's, you know, a learning process, a learning period, and who that plays more in the favor of, I guess we'll see as the team develops a little bit further on. Now I can hear myself, and that's not great to cast to. I'll be honest.
Big echo. That may be just you, but I'm good. I don't know what's happened to your side. But...
let me just... Okay, I can't hear. It was like, you know, if you were ever to say what's the hardest thing to cast with, it's hearing yourself a second after you say.
Yeah, it's like, isn't that something that they do with like, like the speech, like impediment stuff, where it's like you try and talk and it like hears your voice and then you just stop talking, you can't talk anymore? That's what it's kind of like sometimes, so. Again, Rome game. Yes.
Yeah, Rome game. Rome game. They're steadily clearing their way across, and Weoza is the first to find the opening frag against Blaz there. Looking towards this central metal yellow staircase and worried about the big blown rotation above. It can be a big problem and a big ask, especially if you're trying to apply some pressure against Cafe. You want to make sure that they don't just wide swing around the angle and dome you as you try and make your entrance, but... well, they're checking and making sure that no one is actively there and holding angles for now. Allows themselves a little bit more confidence to try and take via Cafe, potentially, and push towards that main corridor, and they won't get swung on.
That hatch dropping down in security is usually a go-to way for a lot of the attackers to kind of set up a staging ground, and sometimes, though, it can be used against you, because I've seen plenty of times where someone would drop the hatch, and then just straight away they get picked off before their feet even hit the ground. So attackers have secured that cash room side of things, and they're now looking to edge their way in towards that vault area. Enemy still on the Dragon Stairs is going to have a 1v1 up against Rep, and once again, Rep wins that one.
Well, with a fair bit of damage done on Rep, and even more done to Weoza, it's now a 3 versus 2, but it's quickly dropped to a 3 versus 1. Dogefather has suffered some damage, swings on 1. The second is able to lock it off there as Penta find themselves putting 1 back in their favor and stemming the tide of Salamander before it can grow a little bit too heavy.
A lot of rotation being used by Penta, opening up a lot of the kind of site. We've seen that Rome game again over towards the Dragon Stair side of things, and yeah, Salamander's struggling with it. So I did like that setup from the players of Penta. Now they go back downstairs to the armory and throne room. See how things kind of change for them this time around. Bringing out that alibi, so that kind of leads me to believe that we will see, once again, another Rome game.
I am curious to see how it kind of comes together for them, obviously, and you know, they're going back onto that armory and going back in a position where there was so many quick trades, and I think that's the thing to kind of have a look at in terms of, was this not quite being sure of how the other was going to play it? Do they have a little bit more intel on how they can better manipulate the Rome game and better collapse down against the attack, against the side of the throne room or against the site itself from Salamander? And in the hands of Salamander, maybe they'll be a little bit more aware of where Penta might be roaming, where they might be playing, and they might be a bit more tuned in on being able to make sure that when push does come to shove, and when it comes to being able to get the trade for trade for trade for trade, they're able to get 1 more step ahead and 1 more run up. Blaz opening up in cash stash, rotating away. They have sporadic alibis around on a couple of potential pre-fire walls. They've got wide rotations. They're playing this loose.
Yeah, strange composition to see on theme park defense. Like we've mentioned, we're usually all about the denial. Keep in mind, though, I say denial, there is 3 operators there who are designed to try and stop electronics. You have the Bandit, the Kaid, and the Mute who can all stop Thermite charges, Havana pelts, whatever it is that needs to be stopped. But then they're still bringing some kind of room element with that alibi.
Cracking their way up towards the 2nd floor, and they can start moving in via Cafe. Blaz is beneath. May get some information as Weoza drones themselves ahead and make sure they don't get caught out. But the alibi is actually just going to pull away. Not going to take the fight via Drug Lab. Not going to look towards the window. And not going to look towards swinging out or potentially getting something aggressive through the floorboards just yet. Obviously, you can see they've generally actually fallen quite heftily back towards the site now. They have a lot open. They have a lot of potential for the 2nd floor roam, but they've completely pushed it off, fobbed it off, and all fallen back down to that 1st floor.
Here comes Sledge. there is a bit of soft destruction that you can do on this bomb site. Not a lot. There's only really one bomb site you can pressure, and that is a bomb site. The entire throne room side is concrete. You can't break through it, so there is very limited work in what a sledge can do, but it's still something. You can essentially clear out the entire A bomb site. Only thing you have to worry about, though, is position Blaz is in. It's a blind spot. You can't actually see him from that position.
Now they're kind of dancing around ground and making sure that they don't get caught out by those soft destruction holes above. Big angles that can, if you get the angle, as you said, it digs all the way down to the back of the throne room. You can get deep eyes, and it looks like they're finally happy to try and start collapsing against the wall itself. This is what I meant by it's going to come down to a little bit more of knowledge. They know roughly how each other was trying to play it before. They know what each other wanted to take, and, well, the firefight is a little bit more metered, a little bit more balanced as they try and weigh it in. The first comes in the pre-fire on the corner, and Wioza shuts down Cactus, and now they have the corridor clean under their control for now.
Seeing if Salamander can add on to any more picks they have. 40 seconds to go. It's going to be a tough one to fight through, and Strike gets eliminated by Blaz in that roam game. Still, the roamers having a lot of impact for Penta this time around, and Wioza now takes up the mantle in the same position, essentially, of what Sophia was. Wall does get opened up. Salamander, they have a way in, but is it a little too late, Flook, because they still have that roamer to deal with, and he's in the prime position upstairs above the breach.
Yeah, and, well, there it goes. Blaz waited and finds one. Thermite's in a bit of a tight spot, but all the attention was drawn away. And Penta able to, with a fantastic rotation, take apart a Salamander attack that got a little bit too comfortable, a little bit too confident, and completely caught unaware.
Okay, so after that round went down, Penta have a nice lead. Now they go to their third bomb, so it will be the bunk and daycare. Obviously, there is still the drug lab side of things, which they could have went for. A little bit more of an interesting site. I wouldn't say things have changed that much compared to the original theme park. You still have that single window into drug lab. You still have the windows in towards bathroom. That bomb site really hasn't changed that much, Flip.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about, obviously, when we kind of looked at the facelift of this site and we looked at how... of this map even, and we looked at how it might have responded to other kind of sites. This was the one that didn't kind of get the hugest impact in terms of its feasibility and its how it could play. You'll see a lot of similar holds and rotations to how they might have been made previously. Obviously, it's still a different structure. You can see the wall that Blaz is kind of cracking open now was a much longer wall previously, where the train used to run by, and now it's kind of shorter, it's stumpier, but they're extending towards where that train used to be. As enemy is going to extend just a little bit further out. At the same time, you have the entire hefty balcony structure on the left-hand side. You have the arcade cabinets and the lower arcade to battle around as well, and the possibility of rotating out as they've opened up and the angles that it can kind of provide. It becomes a fire through more than anything as it used to be.
So this is an interesting setup. So Penta, bomb site is inside of bunk and daycare. They've essentially took all of their utility and have defended this bomb site alongside the original bomb site, but also defending it as if it is going to be an initiation and cache side defense. So we've seen this before in other maps where teams would extend over. We've seen it today already from the Orgless and Secret game. We've seen teams defend other areas by using reinforcements and other utility. You will very rarely see attacks come in from Cafe side. It's very tough. Most of the attacks we see come in are from the east side. So I think Penta setting up that side is correct from them. Typically, that's the only way we see teams kind of push in from. You can see the setup. There's a couple of people in towards that cafe side, which I think is expected. Trying to probe the windows, look for an opening pick. Maybe you'll see one person in cafe, but not everyone. It'll just be, you know, an Ash, for example, which seems to be the case this time around for Salamander. All of the rest of the attackers will look to drop in towards that east side, in towards that security room, and try and start breaching the initiation room and such things like that. So, Penta setting up correctly. Salamander, how are they going to cope with it?
Well, entering onto Cafe and steadily, as you said, the question is down to how Penta are going to respond to it. They're droning ahead, Salamander. They're making sure that they have a little bit of an idea of where Penta may be playing. They're not charging in nearly because, well, it's a game of research and it's the first time that they're approaching towards this bunk side. In the meantime, the arcade stairs are being held and they're waiting for Strike to potentially try and apply some pressure here from deep within oil, but it's Revan that actually opens up. I said Rep was being slow and steady, but apparently Revan didn't want to wait any longer. Swings around from the shower and is able to find the opening frag.
Still those Goyo shields available to give Penta a bit of defensive cover. Looking at the Rook pick, when was the last time we seen a Rook be played? It's been a very long time since he made an appearance. You know, you look at the kind of gadget, the armor, it helps sometimes, but it's not the flashiest. You know, it's not a massive impact gadget. You still have free armor. You still have a nice gun that you can utilize, of course, the MP5. We know how good that can be with the ACOG. That's why we see a lot of dock mains, because the gun's very strong in those situations. And talking about the gun, Blaz has managed to get a triple kill with it. Only one more player, it's Wioza. He was inside Cafe from the beginning, and now he's finally left, realizing that, yeah, this is a no-go from us. And Penta, flawless in their top floor defense.
Hey, that's the way they kind of wanted to lead into this game. As we said, the expectations were generally swayed into their favor. They have everything to play for, and they have the stats to back up what should be a 2-0 and should be 6 points in their pocket. But, as we said before, Salamander, they're a team that has pretty consistently been able to pull points out of other people's bags. They've been able to, you know, take draws from the bigger top-end teams. They've been able to kind of stump a lot of teams, and I think that's, you know, the big worry there.
In towards that initiation room on the office side once again. Castle being picked up. Like last time, Alibi makes another appearance. Very strange operator picks from Penta this game. Very, very strange, but they're working.
I think that, you know, when you kind of look at the strange picks, obviously with Rook, you're like, there's got to be deep reasoning for Rook there, and how they expect things to go, and whether they expect to be downed before, yada yada. Why not bring a dock? Yada yada, that debate that never ends. But at the same time here, when you're looking at they can stretch the space, they can bring the Alibi to try and potentially bait some pre-fires. Maybe they just know how Salamander like to push stuff. Maybe they want to try and, you know, have those hop-in information. So they say, well, you've got to take care of this Goyo shield, or if you're going to hop through one of these kind of windows, we're going to know, and we're going to have you. I guess that's where they could be trying to bring that. At the same time, the stretching of the site, Cactus and Enemy, bringing the Goyo, bringing the Castle to kind of alleviate some of the pressures on certain angles, and they seem to want to have a bit more freedom and mobility upstairs than they actually, to be fair, than we've seen them entirely need, because they're quite happy to do these big long flanks, these big long rotations, and leave everything a little bit spicier than some other teams.
Right, Penta now looking to see how they can once again set up this defense and try and take another strong round for them and send them into a nice 4-1 split. Keep in mind, this map is definitely defender-sided from my experience from just talking to other professionals and other challenging players. They say that, yes, definitely this is swaying a lot more in towards the defensive side of things. Looking at the way Salamander are setting up, it seems to be once again similar. Coming in from the east side, sending Wioza away as that kind of late roam clear guy as the Ash to try and assist with picks here or there. They know that that wall's opened up, so there is always that rotation hole that could come in to kind of bite them in the back end and the later stages. So it's going to be tough for Salamander to try and figure out how they kind of want to approach this. Blaz has picked off one, but then Strike has the refrag, so Salamander still in the lead, but we haven't seen that stop Penta in the past.
The charges go off. They're trying to put pressure on Daycare as they look towards anyone that might be popping around the corner. Heads through Bunk, making sure that any Goyo shields are taken out while they have the opportunity. You do not want that to bite you in the end. In the meantime, Blaz is still biting. Gets Wioza in a second for the round. Strike is able to keep leaning on for his third, though. They are in a mano-a-mano race as to who can kill more members of the enemy team, and currently is in the favor of Strike.
I didn't know you were Spanish. Well, heads this now. He's going to start going down with the diffuser, and has been planted, so post-plant for Penta to try and battle back. It's the first time that going to be seeing Penta who are on the thin ice here. Of course, we've seen at the previous round, the first round Salamander won. They also had a post-plant, and it was very close where Enemy had the opportunity, but just missed it by a hairline. Now Salamander, they're playing very well here, very tight together, set up for the refrags. They have these angles covered, and now Penta need to try and turn it into Turbo as Blaz picks up his third this round, and looking for another one. They know the Thermite's in behind, but they're not ready for the man in security. As Dogefather, he's there, picks up the double kill, and Salamander, they battle back, 3-2 the scoreline, Fluke.
Yeah, and I think they're trying to look towards getting that 3-3, obviously, and then they can hit the split. As you said, this map is generally seen as being a bit defender-sided, and arguably a lot of maps when they're getting their first showing are, because it's the defense that is kind of worked and developed and tested, and you know, it's a bit of a harder ask when you're coming in a bit fresh, coming in a bit unprepared as to what your opponents may be laying out and laying before you. Blaz screaming away 9 kills and 3 deaths with 3 assists to boot. Kind of shows that, well, he knows how he wants to play this, and I guess big rotations, big alibi plays, as they're assuming going to head upstairs again, at least to hold it, whilst the site itself is downstairs in lab.
So we go in towards that drug lab now. This is the one bomb site we did not see from Penta. How things are going to go for this? Because there's a very small bomb site in general, Fluke. You know, it's not a lot of room to maneuver in. It would be very rare to see more than 2 people, honestly, in here. I think 2 is kind of the maximum you can have. Everybody else will probably be roaming. Where they're going to be roaming, that's the mystery, because we know Penta, basically every bomb site they've went for, they have done some kind of room game. Alibi is once again be brought by Blaz. It's working for him, 9 kills on the board. So let's see how they set up. Looks to be throne room is going to be their option. So this does give them, I think, a little bit more roam capabilities, especially if they can open up these soft walls, which they've kind of done here on the yellow staircase wall. Obviously, impact grenades are still in the hands of Blaz, so he can make himself a quick rotation. I don't think he can crawl through those, though. I think they're just there to give the defensive team another option to kill somebody if they're trying to push down in towards that corridor.
Okay, if you need anything, it's having a way to kill somebody. And to be fair, that's generally been the game that Penta seem to have been playing. Play a bit wide, as we said, play a bit loose, and play aggressive. Alibi catches the man from deep, trying to swing some shots towards anyone that might be a little bit caught unaware, but, well, it's just a hologram, and you're going to have to pull back, reevaluate what you're doing, and maybe try and find a different way through. Salamander, to be fair, on the previous round, they were a bit slow and steady. They were droning themselves in, and, well, I guess droning Strike in, who was just able to put body down after body down, and from that point onwards, hey, it's how they can try and pull this stuff together next.
Look, you kind of turned into Optimus Prime for me.
Have I?
Or as Medics has called you, the Fluckinator, which I like even better. I'm guessing maybe it's fine on the stream end, but for me and Medics, you turned into a robot. I'm gonna have to ask you just to show us that you're not a robot by basically cutting off your hand and see if it's metal.
Okay.
Don't mind.
If I cut my hand off, can I get it replaced by like a cool gun?
It's like that scene in T2, isn't it, where he cuts like the skin off his arm and then rips it off. And it shows the metal hand. Really cool. At the moment, the Fuse Kid, Sisu, an easy game for Sisu. Oh, wait, did I just say that? Yes, I did. An easy game for Sisu. They're winning 5-3 at the moment, Fluke.
5-3 for
yes.
Sisu? Wow, that's a big problem. That's a big ask, and I guess, hey, DK. I mean, it's a bit of a worry. You saw how like things kind of went last week, and you really don't want that to be the end of a season, which has been, for them, it was a fantastic, unprecedented start.
So, could we see the upset for DK? And will we see probably a massive big victory scream for Orgless if Orgless are watching that game, which I'm sure they are. Getting back, though, to Salamander and Penta. Salamander, they've traded back a couple of kills, but still in favor of Penta. Blaz has been eliminated, so one of the main issues that they were dealing with, obviously, that alibi is now gone. 2 of them stacked up outside of the double door in towards the lab, and Ash is now looking to join them. 30 seconds to go, not a lot of time to kind of maneuver around. Revan, third. Can he try and get the 4th and the 5th, holding that very strong angle, and Strike puts him to bed. Good night, Revan. And somehow Wioza has just walked in and went for the plant. Nobody from Penta is covering that, but you would expect, though, that they're going to have some kind of denial. They still have a C4 from the Goyo, but they don't need it, as Cactus eliminates Wioza and Penta. A 4-2 split for them.
4-2 split. Probably not the split that they wanted, but at the same time, hey, I guess things are generally working in their favor as they can try and look towards what is going to be the tougher task. Attack rounds on theme park against a team you don't really know how they're going to want to hold it. You've got to go by expectations, and then you've got to try and go from adaptations. We saw them adapting their defense kind of well towards how they expected. Obviously, the throne room take, the second swing round there, was much better on Armory, and then, you know, they've been able to kind of learn how to pick certain bits apart, but at the same time, we can say the same about Salamander. Lost the first initiation, took it the second time round. Hey, let's see how this comes together.
Attack now for Penta. Looking at their lineup, nothing really out of the ordinary. You have everything there that you kind of want. You have the Hard Breach, the Thatcher, Ash, Sophia for trying to eliminate ADSs, Wamais. You have IQ there as well to stop any kind of information operators that may want to come out. So it's a good lineup. Looking at the defensive side of things, again, nothing really out of the ordinary. You're bringing everything you need. You have denial from the Goyo shields that you can kind of set up. You have C4s in there from Mozzie and the Goyo. You have Mozzie, you can try and go for a roam game. Still have the Meister there for the Bailiff, using that destructibility. I was going to say, oh, Mozzie can bring the shotgun. No, he can't. I still can't get over it for it.
It's tough.
It's hit us hard, it really has.
Yeah, it's an emotional time,
Really bad.
It's a bit of a tough time for all of us, but hey, at the same time, sometimes people got to make sacrifices, and sometimes that's Mozzie, and he's got to make sacrifices. Very aggressive start there as they tried to find the drone that got away, unfortunately, but that one will have to stay gotten away, Mozzie, as you pull back and find yourselves in a better defensive position. They generally being quite aggressive here on the lead and on Penta, and we, to be fair, saw this again. They like to play aggressively. They like to kind of lead themselves in, look for those opening frags, look for those opening bodies, and then drone again, and they like to consistently keep moving.
Penta entering in towards that cash room side of things, so more than likely they're going to try and clear out the roaming presence and also attempt to do some self-destruction. They still have Sophia there with impacts that can be used to open up some flooring, Blaz there with the Ash, obviously, breaching charges and IQ, which will probably come in handy, I'd imagine. So Sophia had options for breaching charges as well, so did the Thatcher, but they went for the double Claymore setup instead. No nades is probably the only thing you would be kind of missing from this lineup, Fluke.
I think that's the thing about it as well, is you kind of expect, and usually, wow, big take there from Blaz against Rep, but you expect to see some grenades and some semblance of utility, but doubling down on the Claymores, I guess, to me, that kind of angles for the idea of concern about Salamander's, not only their playstyle, but how they want to potentially take control of the map. And Penta, I guess they want a bit more solidity to lock off an angle and say, well, nothing's coming through here. In the meantime, Strike's not going through there. Alive is able to start putting a body down.
So the roamers are trying to make their way back to the site, but Weoza has been barricaded out. See if Penta tries to jump on that opportunity, but instead they're kind of trying to focus in towards the main objective, trying to open up that wall with the exothermic charges. And as we see from the lineup of Salamander, they have nothing to deny that. They don't have the Kai, they don't have the Bandit, not even an impact trick can really come out here. So not a lot of options for them. It should be simple enough for Cactus to open it up and give his team the main way in. Realistically, for Salamander, you're just looking to set up a crossfire. Honestly, if I'm in this position, you just try and play close to the breach and try your hand at a wide. You try your hand at a risky play, because right now, risks are the only thing you can take.
Yeah, and with 40 seconds on the board, the drones are coming out, but they're still trying to lean over with guns. They want to get the man from behind the throne and take it for themselves, but that Maestro Cannon with the overarching eyes, it's still not an easy ask. We saw this is the standard take, and they're just waiting for a little bit of a mistake and a little bit of a problem. The canisters are going to pop over, doesn't quite catch the man, who's ready to swing round with the Alder, which is a fantastic and ferocious gun for doing it. But in the meantime, we also finds one, and Dogefather finds the second buried from within deep. They've got a funnel, they've got to keep pushing. The Headset finds yet another one as Penta just careens through the door. There's a double for Headset and a round for Salamander.
Well, would never expected that one to come out, but Salamander winning those gunfights, expertly played. Penta, you have to question their refrag potential in that one. Yeah, quite the slip up there, and yeah, Salamander, I think, just kind of throwing out the banana peels, and Penta slipped all over them.
Bunk and Daycare. We're going to head to now 4-3 on the split. They've taken their first defensive round, and, well, I guess there's you know, obviously we can say that Blad's having a fantastic game and Penta aren't struggling to put bodies down, but it just seems like, even with the kind of spread of things, Salamander are just kind of able to keep a bit of a hold on the round and a bit of hold on the game as they need to. The swap from the Echo to the Goyo debates a bit of a type of play style, but at the same time, hey, what's the big worry there?
Locate and defuse bombs.
Salamander, how will they approach their next bomb site towards that Bonk and Daycare? Again, similar to what Penta have kind of done. And not a lot of variation, I think, for both teams, but then again, for a new map, you're gonna be thinking that, yeah, this is kind of new, but not really, because we've seen it plenty of times. I think this is kind of, you know, the basic go-to setup. But more than likely, as things kind of develop, if Theme Park does get played a lot more inside of Pro League, we'll see the meta develop, we'll see new strategies, how things, but for the most part, Fluke, this is what we're kind of seeing as the norm. This is the go-to kind of playstyle for a lot of teams.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, and I think, you know, obviously, as we talked about it, it's because it's fresh blood, this map, and because it's like a developing playsite, a developing strategy, and a developing kind of area of expertise in terms of default holds and default breaks. Yes, they scrim it. Yes, it's, you know, it's off the scenes and off the streams, but there is a difference between having everything run as it would on game day. And as you said, to see ideas come together from across the pool and to see these default strategies develop, it kind of gives you a hint as to how you think this map is going to progress.
IQ scanning out all of the equipment that's going to be stacked up. You have the mute jammers, the ADSs, and while eyes all being targeted, Maestro cameras are there, but you can't really do much as an IQ destroy a Maestro camera. You're going to have to try and cooperate with the rest of your team. You have an Ash there, Sophia as well. Even Thatcher, if called upon, can destroy the turrets. But Penta's taking it slow, looking for their preparation work. They know that this isn't the bomb site. That's sometimes you'd be surprised. You know, you see all the setup, and like, oh, wait, they're not actually here.
Trying to find the first blood. You can see Blaz is droning themselves ahead. Obviously, we've already talked about how well they've been able to play this game. The C4 gets cracked over the top by Wioza, and Blaz instantly tries to swing round and capitalize upon a man that looked like they wanted to get aggressive and find the opener frag through the wall. But, you know, avail as everybody falls back. A big spend of utility. We saw a Goyo shield get popped in the same breath, and Strike is actually able to find alive and take care of the man this time round. Swinging round, Strike finds a second and a great take against Cactus there. Enemy is at least able to get a bit of revenge, but big bits already done to take care of the IQ and the Thermite.
Yeah, great work. Again, that man Strike, we've talked about him before. He can be a pesky one to deal with. Enemy has managed to take him out, but still, though, damage has been done. Let's see if Penta can try and push on forward. Nice angle being held by Rep, but has since then decided to leave and down in towards that yellow stairs. I wonder if we might see a flank from him. Keep in mind, Nomad has been banned out, so that does give Rep a lot of potential of rotating if need to. Did I just see Iron Sight? Oh, I thought I seen Iron Sight Maestro there for a minute, and I thought I was going to freak out.
An Iron Sight Maestro is someone who hasn't played Maestro since they removed the ACOG, and then they just haven't put a fresh sight on it.
You never know. I've seen it. You know, I've seen it before. I've seen. Oh, that's a free kill. Rep dies to that. No one covering that massive rotational. You have players in positions being able to cover that, but nobody's been able to really capitalize on it. Nice rotate in from enemy, and he's caught. Wioza slacking, and also takes the fight against the Maestro. Enemy on for the clutch. 1 versus 1, has the diffuser in hand, has to try and stick the plant, and I don't think Dogefather, he can get there quick enough. The time's gonna go down. Now he pushes in, they know where he is. Oh, what a flick. Dogefather clutches up Salamander. Still pushing on. Another great play from this, I would say, very unappreciative side. A team which came in here very, I think, straight off the rip before the season even started. Teams were like, nah, they have no chance. But time and time again, Fluke, Salamander just keeps showing up.
That was it. They were obviously one of those kind of, not, as you said, they were written off a bit, as a couple of teams were at the beginning of the season, but at the same time, they've been able to pull these rounds. They've been able to pull these games from a lot of the other kind of bigger blood, and I think the consistency that they've been able to do that just shows how much work as a roster and as a team they've put in throughout this game so far. Now, obviously, they're looking at 4-4. They're getting closer and closer to being able to pull some points from this game. Now, for this point onwards, for them, this is bragging rights more than anything, and trying to guarantee that they're not the bottom of the board when the season comes to a finish, especially if Sisu are putting in such a performance against DK on the other stream. At the same time, for Penta, this is life or death. This is everything that they need is full points. Anything less, and it's unfortunately their dream is over.
6-5 is how it goes over in the other game. So Sisu, they have taken away from DK. They've taken it away from them. So we'll see if DK can try and pull it back into a 6-6, or will we have Sisu just strip a lot of points away from that side, who, as we know, needs to win these games to give them a chance of getting that second spot.
5 seconds left.
I mean, hey, it's a crazy play day, and I'm sure Secret are happy, and August, to be fair, as well. They're both looking at that and going, okay, Sisu, thank you. Now they're kind of looking at this game and looking at seeing if Salamander can pull points away from Penta, because anything, yes, sure, Penta aren't the immediate threat. They're not above the board for the other teams, but if Penta get the easy 12 points that they were supposed to get in whatever the big storybook of Siege, well, then that's a big possibility of dream over for everyone else there anyway. The fact that there can be these two remaining teams able to pull points away, pull precious dividends back, that's the big love right there from those other top table teams.
I hope the Book of Siege only has pictures, because you know me and Reed and Fluke, we don't get on.
Yeah, no.
Have to have a flip book.
All the pictures are drawn by Geo as well. Because no one else, as far as I know, can draw out of our casting team.
Stick figures? I can do stick figures.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. You do your book. I'll read the one that Geo does.
Clearly, you've
she's
never
a really
seen,
good artist.
You've never seen me in a Scribble game, have you? You clearly haven't played Scribble with myself.
No.
How good I am. I can do a mean Homer Simpson, I'll tell you that much.
We'll have a casting team game of Scribblio, but in the meantime, it looks like Salamander want to have a game of Kill as they get too quick against Cactus and Revan. That is the dream team pairing of the Thermite and the Thatcher off the board. That's going to leave it in the hands of the 3 remaining Soft Destruction to be able to take care of everything else. The Diffuser is cold, and Weoza is potentially close to joining them as more and more blood leaves his body, holding in underneath the table on Cash Dash with the Diffuser there. There's a quick push from Penta. They're going to find the second, and, well, they've quickly brought it back to a 3-3 balance. Over a minute on the timer. They have plenty to be able to kind of recoup their losses, but they've got to do more than just fire bolts towards the site.
Eliminated those deployable shields, and enemy has definitely been the light currently on this attacking side. Laz hasn't really got going compared to his defensive half, but now pushes on in, has the Ash in hand, limits Sawamai and eliminates the Goyo. Just as we talk about him, the beast becomes unleashed on this Ash. Now, the Maestro looking for anything he can, sprays for the wall, but that's not going to help him. The Goyo shield gets popped as well, the fuse being planted. 1 versus 3 for Headset to try and clutch up. It's going to be a big ass from him, Fluke. But Blaz really coming alive there.
Hey, I mean, you say alive there, it's alive throughout the entire game.
And alive gets a kill, as I say alive.
It's alive getting
Unbelievable.
the kill. Everything's coming together. It's like whatever the opposite of the caster's curse is.
Unbelievable, Jeff.
It's unbelievable, Jeff. 5-4. Penta. Dream's still alive. 2 more rounds, and they can guarantee themselves the definite 3 from this, and they can lead into the second map with a little bit more kind of confidence under their belt. Anything less than that, and I feel like the second map is going to be a pretty sad sludge as they try and trudge their way through it. Armory thrown.
So, Diffuse Kids drew against Sisu. Dropped 2 points. So that makes things a lot more interesting. If a loss or a draw comes out for Diffuse Kids this time around, then that leaves them at either 20 or 19 points. And if they leave with 20 points, then that means Orgless will be sitting ahead of them, and then again, it comes down to the big showdown between Orgless and Diffuse Kids. And then if Orgless and Diffuse Kids both draw each of their map, and Secret win both of theirs, then Secret could be sitting in second place. It's wild, it's frantic. And also, with the filter in, if Penta are also going to get all of their points, because then that means they overtake Secret, Diffuse Kids, and Orgless. Oh my.
Hey, it's a crazy Playday, isn't it? There's so much maths to be going on, and we're not the two to be doing it. 5-4, enter lead. That's at least a simple equation I can work out. They only need 2 more, as I said before, in Salamander.
You can count to 7.
I know, it's been tough, but I'm finally there after 2 years of casting Siege. I finally learned how to count.
So now, we move into our next defensive site for Salamander, and it's going to be down in towards that throne room once again. They won this one, and it was a bit of a miracle clutch, you have to be honest. Everything from Penta looked really strong. They had upstairs control, they had walls opened, and then Salamander just winning their ones, and Penta not really answering with any refrag potential. Maybe this time will be different if Blaz is now fired up on this Ashe, ready to start slaying and start getting those kills for his team. Enemy supporting him on that Sophia, who has took a decent amount of health away. Down to about 30 HP or so, being droned in. Blaz on the hunt, looking for anything he can right now, Fluke.
Well, what he's trying to find, I guess, is the person playing towards the... Oh no, it's just jumping around. Sorry, a little bit of lag there, but I won't be able to answer that. Enemy, in the meantime, has taken a huge shoulder of damage. He's going to start the steady drone. Penta aren't going to play the aggressive game too much longer, but he's going to double down and try and just find anything. Find anybody, find any information, and the sound of mute has become all-encompassing. Unfortunately, this is a common bug in the game, and we're just going to have to put this up for a little bit, but hopefully it will be... hopefully it won't be too long of a round.
Again, I can do gun noises. That's fine. I'll do gun noises for it if you need to. I can do explosives. I can do flashbangs. You tell me. I'll do it. No, it's not. It's hidden talent. That's why I put on the CV hidden talent, and they have to ask me for it, and that's it.
Can you do any of the voices of operators?
LMG, mounted and ready. Is that good?
Isn't it mounted and loaded?
Is it mounted and loaded or mounted and ready?
It was mounted and loaded. I mean, how often do you see
I don't play Tachanka, just for the record. I don't play that operator.
A really big bleeping hole coming up as Rep finds one in alive and starts to pepper some bullets towards the back. There is Blaz getting the revenge on the man on the second floor, and now they can try and focus their sightlines to getting rid of a Maestro. Obviously, this was the problem before we were here. They couldn't get him out, so they had to just try and throw themselves through with paying attention to that, but also paying attention to the cross-side, and unfortunately, as we saw there, they couldn't quite lock it down.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Revan to miss that shot. On Blaz wins that wide swing against Wioza, wins another one. Another triple kill for Blaz, and man, this boy is warming up. He's not even warmed up. He's warmed up. He's on fire. He's red hot right now.
Red hot, fiery and peppery. And, well, we'll jump into...
Bit of paprika in there as well.
Bit of paprika, bit of a delicious meal on match point. And now's the time to try and enjoy it. 6-4. And in the words of medics, well, let's see how this goes. I'm not going to say the words of medics. I'm crazy. He's just an observer. Bunk and daycare we head to next. And they're fairly similar loadouts. We haven't seen a huge amount of change. Blaz on 16-6, though. Talking of not doing a huge amount of change, he has been such a force throughout this entire game.
Yeah, unbelievable. Honestly, he's playing the way he's supposed to. He is their fragger. He's their entry. He is doing what he's designed to. I still feel, Fluke, in terms of the roles you have in Siege, I feel entry is the hardest role you can play. I know people might think, oh, but support is tough. You know, you have to play the boring operators with the boring role, planting the diffuser, all that kind of stuff. As an entry, you have so much pressure. How many times in Siege, Fluke, have we seen rounds be decided on the first opening kill? How many times?
I mean, so consistently. And it's something where it's, you know, the way these guys like to play as well. Obviously, they have this angle. They have this idea of, okay, we want to do some rotation. We want to do some aggression here. We want to have some roam. Obviously, we've seen Rep pulling that off in Strike for one team. We've seen Blaz consistently pulling that off for the other. But, yeah, it's just a lock-off on momentum in terms of this game. It allows you to have that first step, that first blood. And, well, from there, it's just how we go onwards. Obviously, still in a bit of quiet here. Can you do any other impressions of operators whilst we're here in the silence?
I'm trying to think of their catch lines, but I can't. I can do you know the Thatcher video of like whenever you buy him? He's like, unmanned drones,
Unmanned drones.
Laser sight. One thing I know: 6-inch blade doesn't lose its reception.
No, it doesn't.
That's it.
People always ask me what's in the canister.
That's a good one as well. I can do a good mute impression.
Okay, let me hear it.
I'm doing it. I did
it's
it.
It's exceptional.
I know.
It's beyond good. It's just absolutely fantastically put together.
Yep. Say less.
Okay, here we go. As they start to swing in, they've done their pre-round droning, as we've seen Penta have generally tried to lead in with a mix of this and guns, and then kind of pulled back on the guns aspect. They seem to want to measure it up, and I guess it's a mix of A, how they've realized Salamander are playing this, but B, it's theme park. It's generally the first time rolling around it as well. They're still prodding, still poking and probing, and seeing if they can work out exactly how to pull this apart. And on match point, this is when you really don't want to slip it up. As we said, a draw is still a loss in the eyes of Penta.
Enemy inside a bathroom as well. That's a nice position that he can hold off crosses and obviously explode into the bomb site if needed, but the only person doing some exploding work is that Thermite looking to open up in towards the office. That vault position is very strong for the Wamai to play in. Just has to be careful. Of drone work now being done, they know no one's inside of waiting room. They don't see a connector into towards the office as well, so the only thing they have to worry about is that single door. And if they can lock down that mute so he can't play in that position, then this should be fine for Penta to really walk on in and just take their kills. But as it goes, Penta, they know they still have a minute. They've opened up their breach. Now it's just a matter of time before they finally make that last gasp hurrah to hopefully win this map for themselves.
Well, the eyes are on from the hands of the Echo, and the flashes are popping around, and so is Blaz Dogefather. Knocked off the board, unfortunately, as we said, has been a pretty big player in the hands of Salamander, but hasn't quite been able to make it work today. Strike is the one that is generally hitting their mark a little bit more consistency as they take care of Revan. Peering around and seeing if they can catch the second, and C4 gets lobbed over the top and doesn't quite get caught by anyone, unfortunately. There's the spray around on the man on the close side. Blaz versus Strike comes to another blow. Rep, in the meantime, takes care of enemy. Blaz looking to find his way into 20, and he's not going to do it very well on that amount of health.
It's now Huyoza trying to swing on in. Diffuser has been planted. Blaz, quad kill. Can he find the ace, or will it be stolen away from him? Rep now swings on around, a ping comes in. He's hunting for Alive while Blaz is hunting for him. Oh, and Alive has stole the ace from him. He stole the ace, but 20-6 from Blaz. Even though he didn't get the ace, I'm sure he'll be happy because not only did he drop 20 kills, he also won the map.
That's it. You drop 20 kills for any game, and, well, you've definitely led more than the way for a team that, hey, if there's a day when you've got to hit it, it's today. It's the day where everything matters because, as we said, even if they get all of the points from today, and even if they get all of the points from Friday, it still doesn't guarantee them the spot. It just guarantees that they don't get it if they get anything less.
Yep, so Penta, they take that map, it gets them that 3 points. We still have another map for them to play on against Salamander. For Salamander, Fluke, that theme park, wobbly at some stages, but still overall a decent showing from them.
Yeah, and obviously they've got one more map underneath them, and for them, the odds have never changed. They've been consistent, and they are still, well, let's just play our best and see if we can get some points from the remaining 2 days. We'll be taking a quick break before then, as we'll jump to some adverts. We'll be back very soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final game of the evening. We have just seen the first map go in the favor of Penta. 7-4 is the take that they get to kind of roll onto into the second, whatever it may be. Salamander, as we said, this doesn't really affect their season in terms of they can't quite guarantee promotion, but hey, they're still playing more than their heart out, as we saw them put quite a fight up on our previous jaunt around theme park.
Yeah, Diffuse Kids and Orgulus have kind of slipped them a bit of money to say, hey, you do this for us, we'll treat you right. So, we can always have a bit of banter with that. But no, against Salamander, just playing for pride. I think we have to give credit to them for how they've played throughout this season. Yes, they didn't get the results they wanted to, but boy, they gave us some great fixtures to watch and kind of see them develop as a team. And certainly they've entertained us. It's a cutthroat season. We know that. We still don't know who's getting that second spot. Even at this stage, there's still 4 teams in the running for it. It's been a cutthroat league, and for them to kind of stand their ground and still hold their own and pick up draws here or there, maybe not getting a win, but still, it's something that they can walk away with and say, hey, we did well.
Yeah, and I think that's the main thing to kind of take away in a season of expectations, in a season of where a lot of teams were cited as being the ones that were guaranteed the spots, and a lot of, and it's not that people would write off some of the other teams apart from generally Salamander. They were the ones that were like, oh, they're going to be bottom, they're going to be, and they've consistently, sure, they might be down towards the bottom of the table, but the way that they've performed and how much they've been able to bring against some of these high expectations and, more importantly, high experienced teams just shows how far this roster can go if they keep with it and if they keep sticking to it.
Yeah, so now Penta still pressuring them. They need to make sure that you're picking up these wins. They've done the first win. Now can they move on and get that second one? From what we've seen on Theme Park, the boy Blaz, can Salamander stop them? Because if they can, and Blaz has that same run of form in the next map, then yeah, Penta, they should walk away again with another easy 3 points.
That's it. Anyone's able to kind of drop 20 like that in a game and keep the roll on, that man doesn't want this to be over. He doesn't want this to die yet, and fair play to him for obviously being able to lead Penta to a pretty solid victory on Theme Park. Now, we're still going to obviously have the second up, and I would be amazed if we end up on Theme Park for a second time. It's not impossible, but I feel like it's not going to be where Salamander want to go.
Yeah, I think for Salamander, if you look kind of their run record and how they do their map bans, typically after the first map goes down the drain and they lose it, they then just switch to a completely new map, and that's usually like their insta-ban. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that again. To be fair, generally for Salamander, though, most of their draws were usually in the first map. So
yeah, I think that's the thing. Obviously, the maps that they've drawn across as well, Border Club, Cafe, and Villa, they're pretty spread out on where they've been able to take points from teams. And maybe if they're looking at the Penta side, they're up against Penta, consistently ban Border, they consistently ban Villa. So they could potentially be heading to Clubhouse, but at the same time, Penta have 2 victories on Clubhouse and a draw against DK, obviously, in the most recent Playday. I would be sweet. I mean, there's also Cafe as an option. Both teams have played it once and drawn it once this season. Salamander have only banned it once. Penta have banned it 4 times. It's in terms of some of the options, it's kind of still there as a possibility.
I doubt we'll see a Coastline, doubt we'll see a Consulate. I don't think Villa's in the picture. We know that Theme Park is. That's not going to be Theme Park again, surely not.
No, Salamander will ban Coast and Consulate every time. You're
looking at, Cafe, Border, and Club probably is going to be your free. I don't really know if I could lean for an answer, because again, like we've talked about previously, both these teams have kind of only played like the free map they've kind of stuck to. I know that both of them have both played Clubhouse. That could be an option. Border, would Penta be risky enough to go to Border against Salamander, where we know they've shown up before? They're a very coordinated team who could do well on a map with very minimalistic kind of setups you have to do with that map. So it'll be interesting to see how kind of things play out.
Well, we'll have the map veto in just a second. I saw the start of the graphic load up, but we'll be there very shortly, I promise you, as obviously we're getting everything up and running behind the scenes. In the meantime, obviously, we can kind of have a look at how today is shaped. And I think the crazy thing is, for how we kind of knew some of the stories would end up being written, we honestly, at the beginning of the Playday, if the results had gone the way that they had, there would have been a lot more teams kind of out in the dumps. But with Sisu being able to pull DK to a fight, with Penta obviously being able to pull points, Izzy Dream have had an Izzy Dream kind of day, but that second spot is still so violently open to all of these teams.
Yeah, and I think the draw from Sisu has just thrown everything out the window. The whole Google Drive just went gone, so we don't know how things are going to go now. So it'll be interesting to see how kind of things play out for everybody. But yeah, I don't know. It's just going to be interesting, isn't it?
Hey, it's one of those kind of things where only at the end of the day and only at the end of DK's next map, and obviously this one that we can kind of take a step back, take a step back,
take a step
and
book,
look and
yes.
see. Take a step book, read the step book, and it says, "Oh, we're going to Clubhouse as our next one." The choice was between Cafe and Clubhouse, the two maps I said it might be. Wow, it's nice when stats don't lie to me, because they usually do.
Yeah, Clubhouse is, again, always, I think, firm footing for every team who kind of play Siege. Everybody's played it. Everyone knows how it kind of goes. It can be a very cynical map for, I think, some teams to kind of play with, because it can be tough for them to kind of break through some of the defensive holes that kind of happen. But I think overall, for this kind of level of play we're dealing with, everybody should be comfortable in Clubhouse. If you're not comfortable in Clubhouse, then I would definitely rethink your strategies.
Yeah, I mean, Clubhouse, as we've already said once tonight, it's known. It's well kind of stood in and trodden on at this point. And obviously, when we kind of look at how these teams have taken Clubhouse this season so far, obviously Salamander were able to pull a 6-6 against Secret on it, who we've obviously just seen being able to kind of replicate the same, unfortunately for them. But at the same time, Penta, they lost against Augulus on it. They've beaten... they've won it twice as well in and amongst the kind of games they've played up against it, and they drew it against DK. So it's a bit of a mixed bag for them too, and I'm guessing Salamander can kind of go, well, we've got this to rely on because we've played it, we're a bit comfortable and a bit confident on it, and well, they have bled on it before.
Yep, so we should be ready now to hopefully jump in and finish off our last map of this evening of Playday number 6. Obviously still the Fuse Kids going up against Sisu. As it stands, I believe it's 2-0 in that matchup, so DK, they're starting to pull away a little bit on Borders, their map. So we'll still see how things kind of go over there, and still this race to the finish line, people are still tripping up over each other.
Yeah, and I guess that's the kind of... in a way, it's great for us as viewers. It's great for us that we don't really have a stake in the game. But for fans in the chat and for the players themselves, this is going to be such a long week.
Yep.
Like, you both want as many days between now and Friday, and you want Friday as quickly as possible to come, because it's going to be tough to get sleep between now and then. To get sleep.
There's going to be tossing and turning at night thinking, I need to get this win.
Need to get the win. Need to get the dubs. Otherwise, what else is the week worth?
Well, I mean, we're now neutral because realistically, the UK teams have, Crazy can't. And Secret have a very, long shot chance at doing it, so...
Okay, well, I mean, I was going to say neutral because we're casters.
Sure.
Well, yeah, that's the line you give on
stream. Hold on a minute. You're telling me you don't think Happen Told Us are sitting here saying DK. You're telling me that's not happening on their stream?
Well, I'm pretty sure Happen Told Us sing the official DK.
See, if they can do it, we can do it.
Yeah, technically, because DK have Sterny. Do they want to,
No.
Is that a win for us?
No. Sterny's disowned, I believe, is what's happened.
Okay.
He decided to coach a team which isn't British. Unbelievable.
Yeah, he's a coach, but is he really our coach? Capitao and Ying are the first two removal, and well, that Ying's not a surprise. Bandit taken out by Penta, leaving only Kaid on the board. A Clubhouse with all 3 hard destruction on. We talked about this a little bit earlier tonight.
Yeah, I've seen it before. I know that DK, they are a big fan of banning Bandit specifically on Clubhouse, so we've seen them do that in the past. We have a little bit of an insight of what we're kind of expecting. Keep in mind that it's the attacking side who have banned Bandit to try and give them a really nice lead going into it, and then obviously whenever you switch over, the defense is going to be a little bit tougher for yourself, but still, I've seen it before. It's nothing out of the kind of unusual territory. It is unusual, of course, to see, Mira, Maestro, and Echo all appear. I don't think Mira's going to be played. Again, this is the whole thing about kind of how bans work and how Mira's kind of been played out. Mira always gets banned, so teams just don't scrim with her. And whenever she is available, teams don't have a strategy with her in them.
Yeah, well, that, you know, it's one of those things as well. Obviously, the thing about her presence on club. There's a couple of really nice walls and a couple of really nice places, but when you look at how a lot of the sites get stretched nowadays, so you look at Church and Arsenal, yes, you can kind of put one on the wall where Weoza is looking past AC and you hold it a little bit defensively, but with how quick Moto gets pushed, it's a bit of a waste now. So play on the other side of the wall, as we see teams do. Yes, you can put it on the Church wall and use it to watch towards the kind of entrance on the main stairs and the drop on Moto. But also you look at the other operators that you can bring in that situation. You look at teams that like to go tall with their defenses. She becomes that question of, we have developed a strategy without her, but everyone has developed a strategy without her, and the meta's kind of left her a little bit behind in terms of your attacker synergy versus your defender synergy, so let's just leave her out of the game for a little bit now, and we'll think about that later.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
So, that's a strange way of doing it. Doing
Yeah.
a punch hole, you break open the wall for yourself. But, you know,
Did he just have nothing else to do, or?
I don't know. Like, to be fair, keep in mind, he probably could have did this another minute into the round, because, as we know, it's Clubhouse, and that takes a very long time to kind of prep. Monty comes in. Monty, I think, is in a very good spot right now, in terms of where he kind of is in the meta. I think that whenever, you know, Legion was always a must pick, you know, back whenever Legion was always being picked, because you get that initial damage with the goo mines, and you could see where the goo mines popped off at. Now, since Legion isn't that dominant in the meta, this just opens the door for Monty to come back and really hit that nice spot of the kind of drone information operator that I think was kind of sorely missed for a period whenever Legion was really strong inside of the meta.
Now, obviously, we saw 2 Clubhouse demonstrations from Penta last Playday against DK. One of them was a draw, 6-6 the second one, but the first one was a 7-2 win. And in that game, talking back to the coach Cernab, he said about his opponents, they put the diffuser down more times than they generally have in any of their other styles, any of their other methods of attack. And I'm curious to see if that's something they try and continue here as they swing it round. I think it was 3 times in their attacking side, and they managed to take 5 of their 6 attacking rounds, and I guess they're going to try and replicate that number here. More instant pressure comes through. Cactus has suffered a fair amount of damage, and Blast is the first one on their team to hit the ground, but at the same time, so is Strikes. They try and close a bit closer towards that Monty and make sure he doesn't get the ground that he wants to.
And you can just stand there and say hello to everyone. Smoke not being brought by Salamander is quite the hindrance. They still have a C4 from the Kaib and some impact grenades, but as we know, the explosives don't do that much damage to the operator. Whereas Echo trying to stun him away and trying to take down his shield. This blue push is where most of the action is going to come in from, as Enter eyeing up their plays. Revan is fired in with a kill, but we also trade it back onto Alive. There's a C4 kill. Cactus, he's fallen, and still enemy alive with that shield, but not really a great position to support his other teammate. Revan, he's in the thick of it inside of blue. Enemy has pistoled Weoza, and he knows that Hyde's right beside him, who's traded with enemy. And now a 1 versus 1 Echo versus the Monty. How is this one going to plan out? Is there any Echo drones to try and stop this plan? Is the Heavy going to try and rush and kill Lamonti as he gets off the diffuser, pulls out the shield? 20 seconds to go. This one's going to be tight, Flute.
I so thought he got the diffuser down. Headset just made it in time, and well, Monty looks like he's going to have to try and push aggro. He's going to put the fire there and make sure no one can swing around the immediate corner. Going to hit the rotate via blue instead. The swing round comes there, and Monty realizes it a little too late. Trying to bait him into the angle. Has to push it aggressively, but Salamander take it with Headset playing a deadly and decisive game of Ring Around the Roses.
My word, that one was tantalizingly close. Salamander taking that first round. I don't know, could Monty have stuck that one? I don't know. Risky one to call.
It's one of those replays now where you got to look at it and you got to think, how close was that? Obviously, the shield was on the back, so that might have played in a bit of aided in terms of just holding that, but it was not far from being confirmed. And it's always hard in those situations to truly know how close they are, how likely it is, because if you misjudge it, you're dead. At least you're still alive, but at the same time, oof.
Right, so now we look into how they respond. Monty's gone, so they're not having any Monty fun no more. They kind of traded that off. Enemy not playing it no longer. Instead, he's right on the Ash. Quite the operator switch up from a Monty onto an Ash. Yeah, things go with him on that front. Looking at the setup from the defensive side, Bandit not being there means that they could rely on the Kaid to try and help them, but hasn't been brought either. They're going for Goyo, Wamai, Jaeger, Echo, and Mute. So they have a lot of utility denial with obviously the Wamai and Jaeger combination. They have information with the Echo drones, denial from the drones with the Mute, and also the Goyo shields for an extra bit of protection.
5 seconds left before
Setting themselves up for, again, familiarity. These are familiar holds and familiar plays. We talked about operators that can be good on the rafters, and it's going to be Headset, I assume, holding the mantle with that big gun that can kind of keep himself on with the intel as well. As we said in the previous time around Clubhouse, it's an intel operator. You feed into your own ideas, your own information, and you can just generally lock yourself down in here and make sure that if anyone swings either side, you have some coverage and some protection. You assume Weoza has been nice enough to leave him with an ADS as well, so they can't just pop a grenade up and get the easy frag, but hey, it's Echo's job to hold down, because as soon as this gets opened, otherwise it's down to them to try and just lock off the side angle and make sure there's no easy way in.
Drone work being attempted by Penta, but as we know, those mute jammers will stop the drones in its tracks. And well, Echo, oh, the drone decided to jump up onto the railing to try and get away from that. Still gets shot nonetheless. Shield will be destroyed, and that does eliminate one of the Goyo shields, which we know are very, very strong in the meta. But then again, are they really that strong whenever we see Wildman Jaeger basically put an end to like a lot of the shield play being used anyway? Like, alright, let me rephrase that. Whenever teams are putting so much pressure on destroying the ADSs and Wildmice to then destroy the shield, are they really that strong?
I mean, I guess it depends on what you want to be the result of the trade. So obviously you put utility down for two reasons, and one of them is to bait and kind of put together, and then the other is how it then formulates in the strategy. If you're assuming and under the knowledge that your ADS is going to get burnt and the shield is going to get popped, you know that as a team. You learn that in scrims. You learn that based on, well, they're going to push here because this is how teams push here, especially on a map like this. Great take there from Blaz to take care of Weoza and push straight up. There goes the Echo as well. Blaz, a big player who was able to do big things in the previous map, is continuing the trend. Cactus swings on the big opener, and there's Alive finding one more. Suddenly, there's Kareen into a 5 versus 1 with only rep left on site. He's able to pop one with the Wamai, but the Bana shows up behind him on red stairs.
Sneaking his way up, Alive goes on check, no barbed wire. Quite the mistake that we see from some teams. If you don't have any kind of barbed wire, that staircase becomes a free track right up into the heart of the bomb site. And yeah, quite surprising Salamander left that empty. So yeah, Penta, well done for them for realizing that opening and just gives them that other option. Oh, out comes the Mira. Is that going to be stuck though? We'll find out. So if Mira will get stuck, and I'm going to imagine that it will be used inside of the bathroom. That's generally where we see Mira being played, and really the only bomb site we see here be featured. You know, I've seen some wacky holds for the cache where teams have put like a Mira window instead of garage looking in towards the double breach. So I've seen some crazy stuff before as well, but generally Mira is kind of the go-to for this one specifically.
Yeah, you usually you'll see one in the shower looking towards Jacuzzi, and the other one on that close wall potentially where they're opening up. It's often the second one, so they get an eye from within a little bit more safety. Looks like she's trying to work out how to do it. There it is. And then it just gives them a bit more of solidity against the windows, as long as they can keep themselves safe from Logistics hatch behind them. That's why they've got the ADSs again, so no grenades just kind of dropped around and fishing from anyone that might be playing behind the mirror window. But from what is a dangerous place to live and a dangerous place to try and hold in that bedroom, you get this little box of safety.
Keep in mind that, of course, you can destroy the person behind the mirror window with a grenade from Logistics hatch, so they should be able to stack up some ADSs there, not bringing the Wamai, which is a bit of a surprise. Especially whenever you're pairing it with a Goyo. I would have expected it. You know, do they really need the mute there? Do they need that operator? Would Wamai maybe not make the better option? Because now you're really limited yourself of what you can deny from Penta and their nade potential, obviously, with enemy on the knees.
Well, making sure they can start to collapse here against Jacuzzi first of all and get the wall open. You'll sometimes see teams kind of play this as a two-tiered defense, and they'll leave a bit of Jacuzzi. You know, they'll swing around the side of Shower. They'll have a mirror there. They have the utility to pop over and see if they can catch anyone that might be a bit close. And that could be one of the reasons Penta's giving it such a wide berth, because as we said, as soon as mirror's on the board, it gives you so much of an angle to be able to lock off. And it's not just the corridor you've got to be concerned about, or obviously we can see them on the staircase there too. It is the mirror that might just wide swing bathroom as well.
There goes a quick pop off the Habana and see if it can open up off that bathroom mirror, but no, it looks as if it's been impact tricked by Dogefather. That's a good play from him, being able to utilize the equipment at his disposal, and here comes the second set, which will hit its mark as that impact did not work. So they have cleared out the bathroom, they've got their setup done, and now it's just a case of them being able to push in and get these picks and primarily try and plant in towards the B-bomb site. Oh! It's a great little peek from Blaz and has ended up with Dogefather losing his life. And really, at this stage from Penta, they have all the control, they have everything they need, they've sanctioned off the bomb site, they've created that massive opening from the jacuzzi wall into the bathroom, and now from here they can just easily walk it in and go for a plant.
Well, there's more of a gunfight as Revan is able to take care of Rep. Obviously, Blaz has been able to get the opening frag twice in a row, so he has no signs of slowing down from what he's achieving on the previous map. Mirror, dug in behind the mirror we talked about earlier, and you can see they're doing a bit of a rotation. They want to try and apply a bit more support, but Weoza is actually doing a pretty big rotation around the outside. Hops out and pops back in, and almost gets caught by the man holding onto the central stairs below. There's a bit of a rotation round, and Revan still has an angle from within Showers. They're trying to get the diffuser. They can't quite get the stick just yet as the Echo drone kept popping, but now Headset is off. Enemy's able to get it planted, and Penta are able to flawless their way into the lead.
Well, Alive picking up that final kill, and Penta now they move on in 2-1. They lead on Clubhouse, and keep in mind it would be a little bit attacker sided due to the bandit ban and no hard breach as well being banned away, so they still have all of those operators available. Very specific bans coming in. I think Capital, just in general, how strong he can be, still very consistent. And then obviously with the way Ying's kind of went into the meta, you know, you may as well just go for the ban.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of thing about it as well, is they knew what they were doing when they took care of the bandit, because, as you said, they wanted to get as much in their attacker rounds as possible. Hitting it with 3 hard destructs on the board and no bandit is one of those rare moments where you kind of look at the attacks and go, okay, they're in a really good position here to be able to open up and cause so much trouble for the standard defender holds, the standard locations, because there's no real limitations onto what they can open and how much of it. At the same time, removing Ying, as we said before, I believe since the buff, they've removed her pretty much 100% of the time, if not 100% of the time. Penta do not want to play the Ying game, and there's no real way to blame them, because, to be fair, what they do very well is kind of pushing the standard meta. They spent a lot of time redeveloping themselves and kind of attributing themselves into what was a ferocious force. They've got to kind of keep that locked down. They're happy to play these slightly weird older metas in exchange for not having to suffer under the newest.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
So now, downstairs is where we'll head, and the attacking team are bringing the Habana and the Thermite so they can open up a miscellaneous work of hatches and walls alike. They can obviously open up all of the hatches, those main 3, in towards the dirt as well with the Thermite charge, and even if they want to go for a church wall, one that we've kind of seen fallen off in the past, it was kind of the norm, I think, for a very long period, was always open up Memorial, drop down, open up the wall. Not really, that's not really that common anymore. I think more things have kind of went towards the dirt and kitchen push as being the main one. So kitchen dirt is probably the most common kind of attack you'll see these days. Watching out for anybody who might want to try and go for a mute trick, perhaps. I don't know, but just gets the mute jammer instead. And I suppose it kind of saves a Thatcher grenade or so. To be fair, we could have seen the Kite trick come down in towards the dirt tunnel as well. If you place a Kite, it means it basically forces a Thatcher to have to eliminate that.
Device is going dark.
Quick motions, and the Kaid Claw is able to catch out the first set of pellets. It's a bit of a dance, but As we talked about it being such a precious currency the last time we were in Clubhouse, this time it is not. Pops through a man there, and for a second, I don't know why, I thought that was going to be opponents facing each other. I just expected it, and I'm kind of sad it wasn't.
Oh well. That Goer's shield has been destroyed, and that does give the man instead of dirt. The pressure, so he has to fall back in, and obviously that opens up the door for an attacker to start strolling his way down that tunnel and look for another option. Weyoza won that fight on blue against Blaz, who was just in Adam, and has just peeked in and won the gunfight. So Weyoza and Blaz having their head-to-head, and this time Weyoza comes out on top, both of them, and same amount of kills and deaths as it goes. A minute to go, and Penta, honestly, Fluke, looking a little flustered. It doesn't look as if they have a clear indication of what they want to push.
Yeah, and obviously losing Blaz, who has been the entry frag twice and the entry death twice, it really sets the tone and the pace for the rest of Penta. You can't really rely on one singular talisman player, regardless of how great a game or great a playday they're having, to be able to lead you all the way in. And it was a similar stutter last time, and a cheeky little pop round the corner there to take care of Revan. Weyoza is lurking down the back stairs, is able to not lock that off. Enemy somehow takes care of the Jaeger there, and well, in a 4 versus 1, pretty tough ask here for any player.
15 seconds.
Be tough for enemy to try and pull this one back. 10 seconds to go, and no hope. Salamander locked that one out. I think expected for kind of what the basement leads to. That battle on blue is usually the decider, and this time around, Salamander, they won that. If they had allowed Blaz to pick up that kill onto the man behind the generator, that just opens things up entirely. It forces other people to rotate away into blue, leaving other options open for other attackers. So, yeah, that blue fight, very, very important. So 2-2 as it goes, still 2 more rounds. Fluke and a Salamander heading upstairs to CCTV room and cash.
Yeah, and they've got to try and find a solution here, because it's all well and good being able to consecutively take church, but if you can't manage to do anything on this top floor, well, then you're looking at a 4-2 on the split. And well, I guess, as we said before, it's not the worst this time around. It's not the most heftily swayed because of the bans towards the defense, but at the same time, it's still a bit of an ask to be 4-2 on the divide. And CCTV, at least, is our first go-to. This was very slick from Penta, starting with a quick 2K from Blaz, pushing via Garage.
Yeah, I think Garage is definitely an option that teams will go for whenever you have the full kind of destructibility range with the Thermite and the Habana. You have options there that you can open up. Again, still no ban that's going to hinder Salamander. Give credit to them, I think they've coped well without that ban. We haven't really seen it be that influential in other bomb sites compared to this one. This is the real one where Bandit kind of shines. You don't see it at all for the basement. You don't see it at all for the gym and bedroom, which mostly this one is where most attackers struggle with. So obviously it's always going to be tough for Salamander to win this bomb site, but if they do, well, then they've done well at that one.
Setting up the Echo in a similar place before, Weyoza is going to offer the ADS support, as we mentioned, and hopefully they're going to have a little bit more kind of time before they get completely stormed and steamrolled by Blaz. Obviously, he managed to find 1 kill before leading on and swinging on to heads it, so that could potentially be where they find a bit more of a balance back in terms of Salamander. In the meantime, this is a multi-step program, as mentioned many, many times before, and the first step is getting open this wall. Not the toughest ask when you have the Thermite available and they don't have a Bandit available, and well, they've not opted for the Kaid, so it's just down to Mute trying to slow things down. I'm curious if they've put a little bit more down on the eastern and red stairs to see if they have more potential barbed wire, because as we said before, that was a bit of a problem and it allowed a very free rotation up a very dangerous staircase. There's a bit of barbed wire. They have 1 bit of barbed wire.
1 piece. To be fair, that's kind of all you need, because it just it's something to let you know that somebody is pressuring you towards that stairs.
Bomb located by attackers.
So 2 minutes still on the board, and honestly for Penta right now, can we get an F? Can we get an F in chat?
Oh, he thought about it. He was like, do I give my position away? Can I do this? The maths was not.
You know what the thing is, though? He's going to have a very slow and painful death, because not only does nobody in Penta know that he's been killed by that, nobody from Salamander's going to go for it. I say that. Rep is on a mission right now. He's sprinting through bar. Can he get him in time? A better love story than the Titanic!
No!
Near or far. You sing better than me, so that's no fun. And also
sorry.
speaking about Rep, he also went for a flank and also died. So both
Yeah.
of them have died in the end. So
Maybe he just threw his life away after he couldn't save Ryoza.
pretty much. So 3-on-3 right now for Penta. Still have a minute to go. They've still done a bit of drone work. They know there's one in towards that top rafters. Who is that Echo? Need to try and find that Echo. Strike has battled back with a kill of his own onto Blaz. And that battle between both those players has been very dominant. And it's definitely took the kind of main storyline. Stun came in as we just seen Penta try and walk in and got shut down by all the players of Salamander, and they've took the win.
Well, the dramatic running and death wasn't for naught, as they were able to obviously pull themselves back around and at least guarantee 3. But that was a much better hold on their CCTV than obviously the first time around when they lost it. I'm curious to see if there's any changes or adaptations from their gym bedroom. They did do very minor kind of tweaks here and there in terms of the positioning of Ryoza, especially obviously they threw him more towards the central stairs to get the rotation round, and well, they might have to do a little bit more. Headset currently on a Tachanka, no longer.
So now Penta need this round because, as we know, on the defense, whenever you have that switch, you don't have that bandit. You don't have that capabilities to stop them from opening up the wall, going in towards that cash side of things. So
Attackers
you
need to
kind of need to
locate and
pull this
defuse
back
bombs.
and make it into an all-square playing field as head to that gym and bedroom. See how things work out for Salamander in this bomb site. It's going to be a tough one, as we know, as it was previously. They have brought the Kite in to try and do some kind of denial, but again, Thatcher's available, and very rare you would see the Kite have really any big impact whenever Thatcher is still on the board. So, yeah, I don't know, it's going to be a bit of a tough one. And they should be able to kind of do what they did similar, where they would open up kind of everything they have. They'd open up in towards the double wall, in towards the bathroom, and then just simply walk in and get their kills when needed.
5 seconds left.
Simple. It's easy.
We say
all
it's
in front.
simple. Like,
Just do it.
Mob is simple, but I know in hindsight it can be tough whenever you're in the game. And everybody in CL has said that this has been the toughest season. Doesn't matter who you go up against, it's always been tough.
That's it. Meepy, I know, tweeted earlier, it was like, since, playing year 1, season 1, since day 1, this is the toughest. All of these teams could be viably fighting for the top spots in EU Pro League. Yeah, it goes to show that the scene has obviously got this huge amount of depth, and I always am very thankful that the EU region has a lot of this. I know some others aren't quite as fortunate to be able to have a lot of depth and a lot of teams and a lot of big support coming across the T2. But this is what it leads to. It's such an intense battle just between just to get into the kind of tier 1 that it's just like we're a bit spoiled in the EU.
There's the punch hole up in towards that jacuzzi balcony. Red dot, by the way, on the SMG-11.
Attackers have
First time
located
for
a
everything,
bomb.
I suppose.
Hey, sometimes you gotta live a little, and apparently their way of living is by bringing a red dot.
Drone spinning up.
Also, challenging with the pistol. Really nice. Oh, never mind. Here comes the shotgun. And there's a Kai trick onto the Habana pellets, which realistically he didn't need to do that for much, or the impact trick, because and they've also fallen for it again. They didn't know because they seen he impacted it. They didn't know there was a Kai that stopped it, and he still has another impact and another Kai charge. Brilliant from Salamander.
That was fantastic utility juggling from Salamander. That is all of the Habana pellets gone, but most importantly, there's now no clean way for them to take that jacuzzi fight head on. If they try, it is beyond suicide. They have to find a plan B whilst also not letting it completely fall under the hands. They've left one man there to dance the tango of death with the man in showers, but they have a minute to completely recoup and bring themselves around. Strike is playing underneath with some holes. Could become a bit of a problem if anyone tries to attack the staircase directly via the window as well. And well, you can see they're just charging up. They took the suicide mission, and apparently Salamander, after playing utility brilliantly, was caught a little bit sleeping as they're able to angle their way through alive. Waiting for the rotation there from Strike, waited and baited and was able to take him out. There's a man stood on a bed, but no longer, and Blaz again leading with a double. Suddenly, Penta had everything to play for. and they finesse it with style.
Well, Penta, that gym and bedroom, even though it looked very menacing from Salamander, where they had everything going for them on that trick, that bait, that everything that was going on in bathroom, Penta just said, you know what, how about we walk in and kill them all? And they did just that.
3-3. CCTV and cash, we're going to start. And, you know, I think it's a pretty good result for both of them. Now, obviously, there's a bit of a big ask here in terms of Salamander's attacks and how they can try and start to convert some of this against Penta's defense. But in the same kind of breath, obviously, they have all hard destruction available. They generally have a full selection of operators that they want to bring in terms of Dream Team. Kappa Tower is usually banned, and Ying, to be fair, I don't know if we've really seen them play with her at all, whether she's been banned or allowed or not. They're not really a team that leads with that kind of ferocity. So for them, I think the Ying ban isn't a big make or break.
No, it's not going to be. You know, Ying's there just, I think, as a preemptive scare, more than likely. You know, we've seen the little damage that Ying has done on a very small scale. You know, we haven't seen like a massive amount of, you know, Ying here, there, and everywhere. We've seen matches where Ying has been let through, and just teams haven't taken her to begin with. So I think it's all down to what team you're playing. I think that's the main issue. If you know a team isn't big on the Ying, they're not going to change up their strategies within, you know, the week that Ying has been, you know, kind of out there with all her stuff. Then you kind of have to look at it from that perspective and think, yeah, they're not a team. They're going to stick to their guns.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I think for the removal of Ying, that was very much it was a comfort Ying, a comfort banner. It was, you know, it was nothing that they wanted to play against, and that's fair play because I've already said before, Penta, they were very good at playing a little bit more of the lesser seen or a little bit more of the troublesome older metas in terms of obviously playing this without a bandit and playing this with all 3 hard destruction on the board, which, not that it's too out there, but it is lesser seen than having and not having. But at the same time, Ying is just not a problem they want to face yet.
So Blaz back on the alibi. Again, this cannot be for the gadget. This has to be for the MX4 Storm. We've seen this before. Citizen, he played that operator religiously just for the weapon. The MX4 Storm was his child, and now Blaz, he's also kind of doing a similar thing. Not using the suppressor. As we know, Citizen, he had the suppressor in his gun. That makes a difference. All the difference.
Yeah, it's stealth.
Stealth mission.
Stealth mission.
You've alerted the guards, mission fails.
Yeah. The Metal Gear exclamation mark pops up above the head, and then you're ready to go. Or the Splinter Cell.
We can take him out, or we can take him out, or let him pass. Your call.
Yeah. Where's Splinter Cell when? Revan. Healed up and holding on behind the bomb chassis, waiting for someone to wide peek against the long angle there. They have a bit of it hard reinforced, and the other leaving very aggressive, but, well, Alive is doing aggressive things in his own meantime. Takes care of Rep, his second for the round. The Thatcher's off the board, so at this point, well, there wasn't really the big problem there before anyway. Kaid is currently not in the hands of the defenders. There's no mute as well to try and stem any of that roll. It's more just down to getting themselves on the wall, getting them open as they see fit. You can see Hibana's done a little bit of damage and a little bit of what she needs to, but whilst Revan is just healing himself up and taking this firefight, they can't really gain anything from it.
Revan's still in a bit of a tough position in behind the bomb and being pressured by different angles. Headset is eliminated. Revan, just talked about when he's gone. The wide swing, very reckless from Wyoza, and Cactus puts him in his place. And here comes Blaz on the flank, rotates into logistics, and that's an easy frag for him. Headset falls, and Alive also picked up another one on the Doge Father. Salamander, they fall, and Penta go another round closer to seeing this one out.
Yeah, 4-3. The exact same place they were in on the previous map. They were at 4-3, and went 4-4, and then they were able to pull the next 3 in a row. So I guess in their heads, they're thinking, okay, this is still par for the course. They're able to take it and keep rolling. Gonna hit Church next, and currently Kaid is not on the board. I guess in their heads, they're thinking, well, maybe these hatches are gonna get broken anyway, because there's so much utility in terms of just breaking it that they can play a slightly different game. Either way, it doesn't seem like anything that they're massively intent on bringing.
No. Again, I think it's just team preference, isn't it? Again, everything comes down to team preference at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about it, is as I said, I'm happy to kind of play these less kind of trodden on metas and less trodden on bans. And, you know, Rep is picking Thatcher every single time, assuming a Kaid will come and assuming they'll need to KO with hatches. The pen is just like, just take him. Just have him. I don't care, I'll just kill you.
So this is something that we see very common as well, Fluke, is that roamers in towards this basement side would like to play up in the logistics because you can impact above the kitchen hatch and then shoot off the Habana pellets as they get placed down. And even if you're lucky enough, a Thermite if you can catch them. But I think as kind of times went on, as soon as you see the impact in towards that rooftop, you're going to be like, okay, someone's going to try and kill us. Let's go upstairs and kill them.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing about it as well, is you used to see Mozzie played there very well. Capture drones, rotate with the shotgun, F. And obviously they've generally been leaning more towards the alibi in terms of the roam play that Blaz has been doing. As you said, the MX Storm, fantastic gun, has the possibility to open some angles and some rotates with the little secondary, but at the same time, being able to bait some of those windows, some of those pre-fires, and get a bit of those hop-in intel, it allows them just a little bit more width of information, though it's a very selfish style of information.
How are things going to work out for Penta, as already Salamander have noticed the hefty amount of roamers upstairs with hatches being opened. Much more of a loose setup. You usually see a bit more preparation if you're going for a really hard hole, but then again, Penta, they can just rotate down whenever they need to. They have Goo Mines as well to try and assist them. Again, that sound cue, and oh, Strike, he's hungry for it today.
Yeah, and he's pre-firing any angle that might be held. You can see Blaz and the enemy are actually just going to leave it alone. They've taken as much time, maybe didn't know that there was a man in the bathroom not too far away, as Weoz is currently holding an angle and waiting for someone to potentially swing back and try and peek against him. But Enter, they're happy to waste as much time as possible on the top floors because they've instantly headed all the way down to the bottom. A minute 30 left on the board, and they've still got this basement and they need to clean and careen their way through, and well, they're still droning the top floor. They still don't feel fully secure yet.
Suyoza now looking to push down in towards that main stairs as hatches will get opened up by Doge Father, and I'm sure Headset will try and follow suit. He still has all 3 of his X-Kairos available. He just has to be careful now. If he over-peaks, overextends himself, and gives himself away, then it's going to be a bit of an issue. Misses the grenade, goes over the top, instead lands right in the middle, and falls down between the soft wall and the reinforced wall. Finally, here comes Headset, going to try and open up that kitchen, but Fluke, with a minute to go, and you're only just getting your prep work done now, this doesn't leave you a lot of time to get your drones and your killing action in.
No, they're trying to impact trick against the hatch to be their method of slowing it, but unfortunately none of them quite land, and the Habana pellets pop off as they need to. A lot of explosives are raining against the walls, the doors, and the ears of the Penta defenders, and they're just going to have to try and sit and wait and try and take the firefights. Enemy up close to take this first one. Droned ahead, sprays the drone, and there's not an immediate follow-up push. The pre-fire comes out, and Doge Father is able to take it, though, with a fair amount of damage done. He sees the shoulder of a man hiding behind the third box and the knees of another at the door of the church, but unfortunately nothing is landed as they just have to drop and try and get this diffuser down. Quick kills swinging in the favor of Salamander, but it's now a 2 versus 3. They have the spot on a man far on the back, but we're in a post-plant situation. They still have a bit of vertical control here, and Alive's at least able to bring it back to a 2 versus 2. The 2 attackers, they're on a heaven and hell situation right now, one in the kitchen and one on the diffuser. And this is a bit of a tough ask for Cactus and Alive to be able to get this first man out.
Cactus knows his angles as well, but instead Headsuit has let him cross over. Now this is where it gets tense, because essentially you can have one person try and go for the defuse and one person try and go for the pick, but instead Alive is going to go for the rotate upstairs. They're going to try and go for the defuse, try and bait Headsuit in. Headsuit, you have to make your move! Oh, and that's well played by Alive. Waits for the opportune moment. Cactus and Alive. Great teamwork. Really showcasing the duoship of both those teams. Players, should I say.
Players, yeah.
There you go.
Hey, it was fantastic the way they kind of came together there. Obviously, Alive was one of those players at the very beginning of the season. A lot of eyes were on him based on his previous stats. But when he's kind of played in the tiers and, you know, what he was able to achieve before, and I guess it's good to see that's still coming true, even in the depth of the season, alongside the kind of vast experience of the players along the roster with him. it's 5-3 now. It was a very close take from the hands of Salamander. The issues, obviously, as you kind of pointed out, was they left everything quite late. They were a bit concerned about the top floor roam and a bit concerned about still not having an entire map control, which is a fair concern, sure, but not being in a position where they're able to kind of punish and capitalize on the two bodies rotating out from cash via kind of logistics, via the bedroom, all the way down the central stairs. One angle, one crossfire, one gun pointed towards either the window or across Jacuzzi. That would have been good night.
Good night indeed. Penta, they've won their 2 bomb sites, and now they move in towards that gym and bedroom. How will they cope? And obviously, we've seen from Salamander, they had a rough time going for this bomb site. It looked good for some stages of Salamander, but still Penta being able to prevail, just down to their overall gun skill, I think, is one of the main issues that we're kind of seeing the difference in. Of course, we've seen this battle between Strike and Blaz kind of tear away, and it's kind of been the main focus. Whoever kills who seems to give the other team a better chance, and we won't get to see that as Blaz has dropped connection.
Well, that is a shame, and I guess it's being called as a rehost, but obviously we've got to wait and for the admin response on that. In the meantime, the players just have to play on. You play to the whistle, and while the whistle is popping open castle windows and seeing if they can get the angle on anybody that may be inside. Generally, they're not going to waste any time here, Salamander. They know that they can try and make as much in terms of it as possible. And the continued calls are coming out, but again, we've just got to play to our knowledge and our whistle. They're throwing down the legions, trying to hold the angles and looking on the rooftops as they've got Jacuzzi open.
So are we re-roasting or are we not? I'm not sure. We'll see. Still, as we keep going on, Dogefather's moving in, opening up in towards that bathroom as Revan now's drifted in towards that gym, has that castle barricade. I believe that was 11 hit it by him earlier. So they do have that prep ready for him to explode in if needed to. I wouldn't be surprised if Wioza tries his hand actually challenging in towards that gym. It's going to be a tough one to C4. Gets flinged, and I'm sure Grenade is going to come back to them. And even Salamander aren't sure if they're having a rehost, so they're still playing on. That castle barricade doesn't get destroyed. Hello?
Weird. Well, either way, I guess you just kind of gotta keep going. Trying to find their way in. Unfortunately, the players were as confused as us, but Wioza was able to get the opening frag against enemy. As they're still holding angles, I believe we might still be going. The admins have decided that it's no rehost.
No rehost.
No rehost until after the round, apparently. But obviously,
he's back
the round is already deep underway, and well, at this point, they just kind of have to play it. It's a 4 versus no one, unfortunately, and well, that is one of those things that it's out of our hands, I'm afraid to say, out of the hands of the production.
Well, so that's the call. Blaz has managed to find his way back into the game nonetheless. So we keep playing. 5-4 is the scoreline. Still Penta in the lead. Missing out Blaz. Don't know how much that could have impacted the round, but we'll have to see. Honestly, it's not really the fact that you've lost a player. It's probably because they're sitting there talking to each other saying, are we rehosting? Not even focusing on the game. And even we've seen Salamander were waiting for it as well.
That's one of the things, and you'll hear players say that, the waiting is maybe the worst bit, because you can play a man down and you can experience that. It's the 10-man effect or whatever, because you've got a little bit of solidity.
Defenders,
but
protect your
the waiting is
being
tough,
defused by
as you can see both teams. But again, unfortunately, everything in our hands. Either way, 5-4 Penta versus Salamander, and well, let's hope that Penta can find a little bit more of a mental solidity as they go into this round with 5 bodies on the board. And I guess, as I said, it's the 10-man effect. You hope that they bring that kind of unfortunate decision and allow it to fuel them up a little bit, and, kind of keep them on the roll that otherwise, with what was 3 rounds in a row pretty well, especially off the back of a great 2-man retake, and they keep that alive.
Attackers are moving moving out to locate.
So now we go in towards that cash room again. This is something that Penta did defend the last time. See if they can do the same. Salamander been struggling, I think, most of all is their timings has definitely kind of let them down. If they get their timings up and can really get things going on that standpoint, and they can do things a little bit quicker, it gives them a lot more in the end game to really think about what they want to do. It gives them more time to drone, more time to set up crossfires, and just overall just more time to let them do what they do. And again, Strike versus Blaz, it continues on again.
Yeah, that's kind of the unending fight across all of this day, really. And they're both, I guess, when you're having two very proficient players on that entry role, on that kind of big trade position role, they're obviously going to butt heads pretty continually and pretty consistently. And, well, you got to give credit to both of them for being able to, I guess, keep that energy up across all the maps tonight.
So now, Salamander, they have that lead and starting to make their way in towards that bedroom. Wheels, I'm guessing, is trying to either get the default cam or trying to hold a flank. I'm guessing default cam would be the option. You don't really hold flank from that position, but still a possibility. You never know. Run out, perhaps. See that's live, looking for a claymore, which is going to be there. He destroys that, and will we see a run out from him? Because, honestly, I don't think that Strike knows that that claymore's been destroyed. I don't think he heard that. And realistically, this should be an easy kill for Live if he decides to go for that run out, which looks like he's eyeing up to go for.
Yeah, and, well, if there's any run out door that becomes a big kind of favorite for players, this is a very, very good one. Obviously, we saw a similar move by a Jaeger in the previous Clubhouse jaunt in the hands of Penta versus DK, and, well, they've been able to find the swing of bodies back in their favor, got the second down, and now it's a 4 versus 3 as they look to try and lock in and hold on. The Thatcher's off the board yet again, and so is Strike.
So now Salamander looking for anything they can at the moment. They start pushing on in and trying to find just... Honestly, I think right now for Salamander, their issue is just their communication. You know, they're not communicating with each other. They're not looking as if they're playing together from what we've seen previously. I just don't know at this stage.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, and I think that's them trying to recoup the losses. Obviously, if we look before the previous round in the 4 versus 2 situation that swung their favor, it just seems Penta, as they do yet again, when they lose that when they lose that kind of front foot, they're so ready and able to swing back against Salamander, swing back into the aggressive stance, and, well, start to actually put some bodies down. 6-4, match point, and series point is all currently within Penta's grasp. A precious, a precious 3 points is what's on the board, and in a sad way, currently they've at least earned what could be deemed as a meaningless 1. They really need to capitalize on as much as they can.
6-4 Penta in the driving seat. See how things kind of go from here. 13 kills for Alive, definitely leading the charge. Again, Blaz, seems to be Blaz either has a massive impact or Strike just finishes him off in the kind of opening. That's kind of the story for Blaz at the moment, so we'll see how things kind of go with it.
Attackers need to locate and
Interesting to see how things come out of this one. Honestly, for Penta, still bringing, you know, that alibi, still Blaz adamant on playing these kind of different, you know, operators who try and mix things up a little bit, so... I think overall, still Penta keeping to their roots of going for that roam game, trying to get Blaz up in there, try and get them into their faces, so yeah, we'll see how things go.
Either way, they're setting themselves up for the reinforcements. Again, not bringing the Kaid, as we said before. It seems like they want to take this as very aggressive in terms of, you know, kind of being able to hit this as gunfights and hit this as gunfires. Obviously, their jaunt round Church was successful last time, but it was a 2 versus 4 clutch play. So you've got to give credit where it's credit's due. That was a Penta retake that won that, and it definitely wasn't the Penta original hold.
So, see how things work out now as Salamander setting up once again for this attack that need to go down in towards the basement. It will be interesting to see, essentially how Salamander cope with this whole roaming game. You know, they went up against it before where Penta had a lot of people just in and around the areas trying to roam as much as they can. But realistically, though, for Penta, they've actually kind of stepped away from that roaming game and went a lot more on site for the meantime. Salamander, I don't know. It's really tough to kind of pin them, you know, into a good light at the moment because, you know, they're sitting there 6-4. Penta have looked very strong throughout most of it. Hopefully they can try and pick things up a little bit more, try and get more speed to the push so they can try and get this kitchen opened up and start looking for those opening kills. Keep in mind, last time they did attack this one, it was very close. Very, very close. And it did end up being a miraculous clutch from Cactus and Alive.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference here. As we said before, you know, it was a minute when they started to actually do their collapse. They were still droning, still concerned about any bodies that may be upstairs. And here, they're at least putting a bit more pace. There was a bit of a touchy grenade there that I think went through the floorboards a little bit later than they expected and had to pull back slightly. But again, this pace, this aggression, being able to get the hatches open, they know that this is where they stumbled before. They know that they are playing for their only semblance of a point today right now, and they've got to bring everything that they can. Trying to apply some pressure on the man behind AC, but Alive has actually drifted off to the side. A strike's going to drone them out. They get caught and goes for a pre-firing rotate to head to AC. Now they're in a more familiar position, mainly so they don't get caught out by someone who might just drop hard onto Oil Enemy, getting aggressive against Doge farther in dirt.
So now we move in and try and look to see how Penta are still holding on, trying to cope with this. But Enemy's going to be inside a dirt tunnel. He's going to demand to try and take the battle against Headset and Doge Father alike. Now they peek all around in, and there's the gunfight that goes in favor of Salamander. Enemy misses out on that one. As we continue on, Salamander has that opening kill 30 seconds ago, puts them in a good position as long as they have that dirt on lock. Blue really shouldn't be that much of an issue, as now the smoke start bashing out those toxic babes. We'll see how things can establish from here.
They're looking for anyone that might drift a bit too close to danger here, playing it very aggressively as Blaz may not know that he's there, and he strikes and he finds one and he finds two, gets caught out in the meantime, but yet again Penta throwing themselves into a great position just from waiting, baiting, and going for the collapse. They know they're in this post plant, holding the long angle. They spray and pray and pre-fire against each other, and two players take huge swathes of damage. Revan is able to at least lock off one, has rotated background to the top. Alive is trying to play on the counter defuse. They're baiting for him. They're not going for the split push this time, as he's going to dance a dance of death above, looking for any gaps and holes. They have the possibility of rotating. Alive is going to play that now. They can't waste any more time, though. With only 17 seconds on the board, he has to play this better than it was played previously. Here's the swing. The go of a hammer. Revan is going for the defuse. Drops. Cannot find it. And Penta. 6 points they find today.
Well, Penta, another excellent retake from them in a post-plant. They still managed to muster up the courage, and they brought it back. So Penta, they're still on that main win, that main record. So see how things kind of turn out for them, and 6 points in the bag. We still have to see how they, of course, cope on with next week in towards, week number 7, into towards Playday number 7, where they will go up against Sisu. So yeah, Salamander, another valiant effort, but this time for Penta, still taking that win.
And yeah, it's been a fantastic showing from Penta. Obviously, as we said, you know, this was one they were expected to take, but it was far from a guarantee, especially with the consistency that we've given Salamander throughout or Salamander has given us even throughout their entire season. They've been able to pull points from a lot of big names, and it looked like they were close to doing it today as well. They've put up such a valiant fight against Penta, but unfortunately just couldn't get the lock off when it was most vital.
So now that means that we kind of look at the standings, and things have kind of stabilized a little bit more. Fluke, obviously, we know how the Fuse kids got on. They did beat Sisu, so now they're sitting at second with 22 points. Orglis on 21, Penta, Secret on 18 each, and Crazy on 14 points. That's how it stands with those 5. So now you look at next week, the Fuse kids, Orglis, that's the big one.
Final Playday this Friday, and well, it's gonna be a lot of clenching the arms of chairs, I think, for these players and for how everything's kind of come together. Obviously, we could have had more written in terms of the lock-in, and well, we've at least got some solidity. And congratulations towards Izzy Dream, who have at this point guaranteed themselves a spot in Pro League next season. The French will join one other French team that are already there in the waiting arms of Pro League. But this Friday, what a day it's gonna be.
It's gonna be a fun one. It's definitely gonna be a fun one. So overall, it's just gonna be very, very tense. I think every player now is sitting here thinking we can't mess up. Everything's on the line right now.
Yeah, and you got to give credit, I guess, to Penta for being able to, probably out of every team today, the only one who really pulled the most deserved results in terms of teams that were still fighting. Obviously, Izzy Dream got theirs as well, but they're the ones where it came down a little bit more to a wire. So that kind of middle of the pack, that middle firefight, I guess, is something where it's just going to keep on going on.
Yep, so how about now we bring up and we'll see. I don't know if we have the standings ready to go. I'm not sure if we have any of that ready. So we'll bring up what we have if there is anything. But Fluke, I think overall a decent night.
Yeah, we're going to have a quick look. This is today's results first of all. Obviously, we saw the games here, 4766, and then the two maps that we just saw. And then the opposite stream, it was led Izzy Dream able to take Crazy, unfortunately a bit. DK getting the unexpected draw. Congratulations to Sisu, who, well, I guess congratulations coming from the pockets of August and Secret and Penta in and amongst that. But, Penta being able to put themselves still in that fighting spot, still in that fighting location.
Yep, so still pushing on in. So you can see there's all the score lines across the board. Orgulus, Secret, we've seen that earlier, 7-4-6-6. Penta Salamander, 7-4-7-4. Izzy Dream Crazy, 7-1 and 7-4. And then Diffuse Kids and Sisu, 6-6 and 7-2. That's where everything went. So standings then, we'll see how everything kind of looks now from perspective. Again, all these quiz brains can go ahead and look at all their things of what has to happen for everybody who qualifies, yada, 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 whatever it is.
And that's the fair way. Now, we will be having an interview shortly. We're just obviously getting all that sorted. Obviously, when your player comes in after 2 wins, I guess they're probably celebrating first before they then want to settle down and talk to us, unfortunately. That's just the ways it is.
Yep. So, I think, Fluke, now we look towards next week, and you just look at the head-to-head, don't you? You look at, Orgulus and Penta. You look at see how kind of things work out for that. So I think do we have a graphic for this?
I think we need to. So I'm trying to remember when Orgulus and Penta played. What was the result there? I have to go through all my notes.
7-4-7-4. So that doesn't help.
No.
So we have our interview ready as well.
Well, I'll hand that over to you. Maybe you can get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm just going to watch.
Okay, so so we'll get Enemy then up on the screen, and Enemy will have the interview with him. Just wait until we get that ready. Hello, Enemy, can you hear me? Don't know if he can hear me. Hello, Enemy, can you hear me? Doesn't look as if he hears me. He's just typing out. He can't hear me. Okay, we'll put Fluke back on. Welcome back,
Hello.
Fluke.
It's me, not Enemy. I guess technical issues, as we said before, they're something that we unfortunately suffer during this very safely distanced season where we've been able to run everything, and we'll hopefully get that sorted out sooner rather than later. And obviously one of the discussions that we were just having quickly before we jumped there was about who won the head-to-head. As you said, it was 7-4-7-4. So that's the usual tiebreaker, is when you're looking at even stats, that becomes the tiebreaker, and then it's round difference, I believe. I remember there was like 4 different ways of it breaking down, just in case things came together. So whoever has the better round difference total out of them, and again, that's some quick maths that someone's going to have to do before we can get our standings up to entirely show you. So I guess, again, if anything, the fact that our not only are they sitting on the same points this close to the end of the season, one Playday left, but their decider is also completely even. Just shows how even and tight this season has been.
Yep, overall, don't know if Enemy's going to get fixed or not yet. I'll just wait until I get confirmation of that, because it would be nice to kind of hear their team's thought process, how they're feeling now. Obviously, with a chance open for them, they just obviously have to rely on the Fuse Kids and Orgless, so, we have to look at that from that aspect.
Oh, I've got some maths here from Des. Des in chat. You may recognize him. He's got a blue tick on Twitter. Ahead of Orgless, they have won 71 rounds. Orgless have won 68 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
So Penta are the team that are currently just a bit ahead. And I'm getting the updates that the standings are updating. Let me just put my finger like they do in the broadcast. And we're going to have the standings up on screen in just a moment as well, so we can get that as a bigger picture. My. Here it comes. There it is. Izzy Dream and Diffuse Kids currently in the top 2 spots. Izzy Dream have guaranteed themselves that spot, that precious place, as nobody can catch them at this point. But 22, 21, 21, 18. Oh, that's tight.
Yeah, again, this season just right down to the wire. Expected, so yeah, I think overall it just kind of shows the kind of quality that CL has been bringing to the table this week around, and I'm just really curious to see how things are going to end up here. Again, is Enemy ready for his interview yet? Is he ready yet? Okay, good. Enemy is ready. We're going to throw him on, and hopefully he can hear me now. Enemy, can you hear me?
Hello, guys. Yes, I can hear you.
Finally,
Hello.
yes, good. So, Enemy, congratulations on your back-to-back wins there against Salamander. Looked
Thank you.
tough, wasn't that easy, is what we were kind of expecting from Salamander. But then again, Salamander have kind of proved this season that they're not a team you can really push over. They played very well.
Yeah, they play well. I think they got like us pretty unlucky because they do a lot of draw and stuff. And if I can put an advice on it, just I told them to continue to train and never give up. And yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so Salamander giving you a good run. Now you guys looking at it, you have Sisu next week. Again, another matchup which we're kind of expecting you guys to win out over there and try and get those 6 points. But then again, Sisu, they played against the Fuse Kids. They slipped up the Fuse Kids today. And honestly, with the Fuse Kids dropping points, it's gave you guys an even better chance at qualifying for Pro League.
Yes. If I understand good, Bios, my coach, he told me if they lose one map, we win 2, we go to Pro League. So...
And obviously that means that the Fuse Kids and Orgless is going to be a match that you guys are going to be watching very closely.
Yes,
I
but
think
we play
for
first, I
you
guess.
guys now, you guys have shown yourself as a very strong team. Again, very new. You and Revan have been around for quite a while, obviously sticking together for majority of your playing careers. How are the new guys doing? How's Cactus doing? How's Blaz fitting in? Blaz played brilliantly tonight. Excellent.
Yeah, Blast play on the first match really good. All this decision was good as well, and he also played good the second map. Don't take me wrong, but I'm also really happy about Cactus and Alive. And Live proved to everybody he can also not doing sneaky push and play with team play and have a good how to say it, a good mindset to put to the team and good team play. Yeah, and yeah, of course I'm happy with Revan like a long time now, and happy about Cactus as well, good support, and yeah, I'm kinda happy, kinda little sad because we stress on the end of the season because we have to count of someone losing to and us winning to go up, but yeah, we do some draw and yeah, it's happened.
Is there anything that you'd like to say to your fans, to people who've supported you throughout your journey inside of Challenger League, to the massive French community that's kind of been supporting you guys? Anything to say to your fans?
Yeah, I want to thank everybody to cheering for us, and everything will be how to say it, like played at the end of the week. We hope the best, and also I would like to apologize during when I asking in the chat if we can have a rehost, and I said like some what the fuck, it was not for the decision of the admin, it was for the time we got to get the answer, and I'm not a person like that. I don't want to complain, so just apologize to make it very clear. I'm really happy about the admin of SL, especially MMI, so that's it. And GG to Salamanders.
Well,
and thank you
it's
for
been
the
a great interview with you, Enemy. We wish you the best of luck going into Friday. So we wish you the best, and you never know, you guys could be sitting in Pro League along with Izzy Dream. So thank you.
Yeah, finger crossed.
Thanks, Enemy. Well,
Good day of Siege all around. I think we had some predicted results and some not very predicted results, and I think, if anything, that's made Friday even more tantalizingly exciting than it was before, somehow.
So, guys, that's going to be us done for this evening. That's Playday number 6 done, and still one more Playday to go, guys. We'll see you on Friday at 6 p.m. BST and 7 p.m. CEST. So until then, guys, we'll see you then.
Bye-bye.